Masera. Masera.
Friends, welcome back to the Game Library, where we discuss video games history and preservation. And today, for the question of the day, I deliberately went with something that is perhaps a little bit more contentious. So I got a tidy welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. So as I was saying, for today's, I went with something that was perhaps a little bit more contentious in terms of subject matter. Font Crimes, Milk, welcome in. And thank you everybody, Conan, I see Banana, I see Dragon. Guys, thank you so much for the checking in. Thank you so much for tuning in. It really means the world to me. This week has been an absolute
how you honor
gong
the
show.
Sixth House and the tribe unmourned?
TL, my friend, thank you so much for the resub. We are sitting at 8 months.
Masera.
8 months. Sanity. Gotta get your check. Yes. So, by the way, guys, I know that you've checked in more than this. I know that you have checked in more than this. But
Masera.
I got Streamer.bot to actually start recording your check-ins. So now we're actually going to get like a visual confirmation of how much you've checked in within the chat. I wasn't able to translate your current total over to Streamer.bot, unfortunately. So that was a little crappy. I guess, okay, before we get into the question of the day, I do want to have a conversation about some changes that I plan on making to the stream here and there. Yays, welcome in. I hope you're having an amazing day, my friend. So, this is going to be just as different for me as it is for you. So, as many of you know, I've been very vocal about this. I've been very honest about this. I've been trying to make a go of it as a content creator. I've been trying to make a go of it as someone who makes videos, but more importantly, makes a dent in the game's preservation conversation. And it's not so much about moving the needle, guys. It's about getting us all to think in terms of historical significance. I want us all to think differently about old video games. I want us to think differently about the current video games that we are playing, and are they designed to last into the next decade? So on and so forth. So in the interest of having that impact, I want to start doing this question of the day segment, I want to actually start posting. I want to actually edit this segment down, this conversation that we have, because, guys, we have such amazing conversations. It's actually kind of a shame that I haven't been doing this prior to now. But I want to take these conversations and the impact of those conversations, and I want to start, translating those into something that is a little bit more edited down and like a singular video in and of itself. And the reason I want to tell you guys this is because I don't know, I don't want to seem like I am going on a rant for no good reason type thing during the question of the day segment, but to make it kind of a nicer viewing experience for someone who isn't necessarily attending the stream and everything, I am going to be trying to get my thoughts out a little bit more succinctly prior to diving into chat and having a bit more of that scintillating conversation in the context of like what I had just said, sort of thing. So obviously this is all very new, and it's going to be something that I don't want to say struggle with, but it's something that I'm not used to doing. The stream up to this point has kind of been it's funny. It's kind of been where I've ran away from that responsibility in a sense. It's the place where I go to just chill and play some games. And it's important that it stays that, but the start of the stream, the question of the day segment of the stream in particular, that's going to be something I plan on doing something more impactful with, I guess, because our conversations, our words, guys, it does have impact. I hope that it does have impact, but I was watching back on several of our question of the day segments, and like we had amazing conversations where we ended up getting to a really amazing place. And I want to be able to share that with people. I want to be able to share that with people that don't necessarily attend the stream or know that the stream even exists, sort of thing. Okay, so here is the context of the question of the day. So the question of the day that I've given you guys is, what in your estimation has the cultural impact of video games been? So this is something that you guys can answer in whatever way you see fit, right? In your estimation, what has the cultural impact been? Has video games become a bigger industry than movies and music and literature? Has video games not made the same impact as, say, something like Star Wars or Lord of the Rings? Is there a video game franchise that even comes close? That is the kind of conversation that I'm wanting to have. And hopefully me getting my thoughts out and elucidating a little bit more is perhaps going to provide some clarity before you answer. And that's what I'm saying. Like, there's going to be some, like, sometimes the question of the day might not be self-evident until I start diving in to the point that I'm trying to make. So if you're wanting Pyrus, you could even just respond to what I am saying. So what has prompted today's question of the day is a comment that I received on the YouTube side. And it is that video games still haven't made the same cultural impact as things like Star Wars or Lord of the Rings, or even the epic poem of Beowulf. And there never will be. It's that last bit that I want to talk about. It's that last bit that I want to dive into, because I think it's true that video games perhaps haven't had the same cultural impact as something like Star Wars or Lord of the Rings or the epic poem of Beowulf. And the reason I say that is because music has existed, frankly, as long as the human race has. Cinema has existed for, what, like 130 years at this point? I believe, what was it, the first movies, I think the first movie was 1890. The silent film industry started in the 1920s, but the first like motion picture, that I believe was 1895. So you've got about 130 years. Then you're looking at literature, which the written language and literature have existed in tandem. So we can look back even as far as the ancient Mesopotamians, right? The Epic of Gilgamesh. So we're looking back to 3200 BC. We're looking at like 5,000 years. So of course the cultural impact of literature has been more significant because you've got more time in the game, right? And I think that when it comes to video games, you're looking at an industry at this point of 70 years. You're looking at an industry that has, frankly speaking, in the time that it has existed, made a significant cultural impact. It has made a very large dent, both commercially and culturally. So I think it's important for us to define our terms here. So as a historian, when we look at claims like this, so we can look at video games still haven't made the cultural impact, such as things like Star Wars and Lord of the Rings and Beowulf, and there never will be, as a quantitative or a qualitative statement. Generally, when you're talking about historiographical thinking, you are trying to ascertain a measurable thing when that question
Is
gets
this
asked.
how you honor the sixth house and the tribe unmourned?
B-Tech, thank you so much, my friend. So you're trying to ascertain either economic numbers, or you're trying to look at records, written records, or visual records of someone speaking to the impact of such a thing. And then there's a third term that we have to define, which is what the hell is culture? What are we even talking about within the context of this question? Because this is not something that is self-evident to most people. So culture is, at its base essence, a shared way of life, right? So there's different pockets of culture within so I live in Canada, right? So within Canada, you could say that there's a Canadian culture, but I think what would be more accurate is that there are lots of little cultures that have married together and have become something that has reached some sort of homeostasis. So I think that the claim that video games have not had the same impact as Star Wars, so on and so forth, I think quantitatively that is not entirely true. Like I said, all these other mediums have had more time in the ring than video games have. So what I am looking for as someone with a historical viewpoint is I'm looking for, impact per entry, you could say. Impact per year of existence. And I think while video games haven't been around as long as, say, a movie or a book or a piece of music, I think that in the time that video games have been around, they have had a significant impact on the culture of, frankly, the Western nations, shall we say. But I think even on the East, I think that the culture in the eastern parts of the world is different. And we can get into that if you guys would like, but I think that it is, suffice it to say, we have different views on a video game than other cultures, perhaps. And ultimately, what I'm trying to do when I am thinking about this is I'm wearing three hats, essentially, right? I'm wearing the academic hat, which is my training as a historian. I'm wearing the enthusiast hat, which is, of course, video games have had an impact. I love them. That's the enthusiast framework. And then you've got this could fall into the academic, but I'm giving it its own headwear. You have the preservation perspective, which considers the reductive aspect of this framing of this comment as something that, frankly speaking, is harmful. When you're talking about a video game in the sense of, you know, this never will have the same impact as these other mediums. So I'm gonna give you guys a little bit of... Okay, so we do have some question of the day answers, so I want to dive in. The cultural impact of video games is immense. It is up there with the invention of the moving picture and the audio etching into wax. That someone made a few pixels wiggle around has radically changed the world ever since. For 50 years now, we have a generation shaped by what games they played. For question of the day, I was about to say something about how some video games expose people to other cultures they would otherwise never have experienced in their life. Like some games are based on folk stories and stuff, and I think that's pretty cool, but you're talking about something else entirely. I don't think I am. Right? Because you have, Pyrus, you've spoken directly to the impact of a video game. You've spoken directly to the impact on our shared way of life that a video game has had. It changed the way people think. So what you're saying is that the culture that video games has acculturated has been something that is... It fundamentally changed the framework someone used to shape their worldview. And it's the same thing with literature, right? You are not the same after you read Homer's Odyssey. You are not the same after you read the Gulag Archipelago. You are not the same after you read Bram Stoker's Dracula. Pieces of art and artisanry change the way we view the world. They change culture. And I thought about within the question of the day. I thought within the framework of video games will never have the same impact as movies and literature and music. I said, okay, everybody interacts with movies. Everybody interacts with literature in some sense. And everybody at some point in their life has interacted with a piece of music or a play. Not everybody plays a video game. That's a truism. Not everybody plays video games. But I think that's not the point. The point is not, does everybody play video games and is everybody a video games enthusiast? I think that is the wrong way to conceptualize the question. That is the wrong way to think about this sort of thing. The question is, even if you haven't played a video game, has a video game touched your life? That speaks to the impact on culture that a video game has had. So let's look at Star Wars, for example. I know people who have never in their life watched Star Wars. And yet, when they see a stormtrooper, they know that's Star Wars. When they see Darth Vader, they know that's Star Wars. When they see the Millennium Falcon, when they see an X-Wing, these images, even if they haven't seen the film, have impacted their life, have impacted their worldview, have changed the culture that exists around them, even if they have not themselves interacted with the medium that facilitated that culture. I think it's the same thing with Lord of the Rings. I think it's the same thing with stuff like Homer's Odyssey and the Iliad and Beowulf. These things have interacted with the world around us in spite of us interacting with the actual media source. And that is what cultural impact is to me. So within the world of video games, where can we point to cultural impact? Where can we point to imagery and points of culture that have had similar or perhaps even more impact in the short time that video games have existed? I think that Pokemon Go is perhaps one of the... I think that is a great cultural moment to point to when we're pointing to the cultural impact of video games. For an extended period of time, even if you didn't like Pokemon, even if you didn't play a lot of Pokemon, there was a... And by the way, this is one of the few times that video games has had the impact that was intended. Because once you ship a game, it's no longer yours, right? Once the public gets hold of something, it's no longer yours. But the intention with Pokemon Go was to get people out of their houses, was to get people moving through the world and finding these Pokemon. And it did exactly that. And it was almost as if, frankly speaking, the world stood still in a sense. When a video game comes out and does something like that, I can't sit here and say that has not been culturally impactful. When Halo 3 released, when Skyrim released, when Pokemon Go released, guys, the world stood still for a little while. There was suddenly this point where people just stopped and played a video game. Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be coming out soon. This is going to be a cultural moment. For better or worse, we are going to have a cultural moment when Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out. People are going to take time off work to play this game, guys. It's going to be huge. It's going to be huge. So, I think that in that blurb of the conversation, I have just pointed out to both qualitative and quantitative metrics without actually providing concrete numbers, of course. I could, but I think that's par for the course, honestly. You have pointed out that, you know, Star Wars changed the world. So did Pokemon. So did Halo. So did Skyrim. So did Tetris. So did Space Invaders. If you want to talk a culturally impactful moment, guys, the Japanese economy ran out of coinage when Space Invaders released. There were so many people playing Space Invaders that the Japanese economy ran out of coinage. Like, I can't look at that and say that that is not a culturally impactful moment. It is. It is irrefutably a culturally impactful moment. Things like Star Wars, Beowulf, and Homer's Odyssey. Sorry, I lost it. Things like Star Wars, Beowulf, Homer's Odyssey, they can thrive through video games. Video games are a medium where people can engage with the folklore once told around the fire. Video games are literally used for education. I'm gonna let that one simmer for a little bit, Cam. Excellent, excellent words. I think video games as a medium also has not been around long enough, in that you have people still alive who remember a time before video games existed, and still have never touched a video game. I think in another 30 years or so, we will reach a point where nearly everyone has been touched by at least one video game. Video games are so new that we will eventually get to a time where everyone has played one. This goes back to my point. At the start of this conversation, my point was literature, 5,000 years old. Cinema, 130 years old, give or take. Music, arguably has existed as long as the human race. Video games are 70 years old, give or take. If I am going pound for pound impact per medium, and by the way, I don't consider this a competition. I'm using the framework of the comment. And remember that the comment said, there never will be a video game that will have the same cultural impact as Lord of the Rings, or Star Wars, or Beowulf. That was the claim. I'm being agnostic insofar as I can be as a video game enthusiast, and I am addressing the claim that there never will be an impactful video game culturally. I think the claim fundamentally misunderstands the impact that video games have had on culture. I think the question is framed, or rather the comment is framed, using the idea that I haven't played video games, so it's not culturally impactful for me. That is the assumption that I take diving into a question like that. So I have to address the validity of that claim first and foremost. And I think the claim, fundamentally, like even putting aside that the video games medium hasn't been around for as long, it's still invalid today. I can point to Skyrim, I can point to Halo, I can point to Pokemon Go, I can point to the original release of Pokemon. Guys, like, we have a Pokemon fossil museum. People go to a Pokemon fossil museum. You do not pay money to do that if Pokemon has not had a cultural impact. You do not build a museum like that if Pokemon has not had a cultural impact. So I think fundamentally, the question posed here is one that is reductive. And I think as an enthusiast for video games, and everybody in the chat as an enthusiast for video games, you're going to be sitting there and your first reaction is going to be, well, fuck you. Your first reaction is going to be, you suck for even saying that. But when you're taking, like I said, I'm wearing three hats. I'm wearing the hat of an academic, I'm wearing the hat of an enthusiast, and I'm wearing the hat of a preservationist. So when I see that, I have to try and separate my emotions from the claim. And I have to try and refute the claim by giving everybody a different way of viewing the claim, the assertion. So I think fundamentally that is what we have all done here. I think that, you know, if you want me to point to specific video games, it doesn't take me that long. I can point to Pong. I can point to Tetris. I can point to Pac-Man. I can point to Space Invaders. I can point to Metal Gear Solid. I can point to Skyrim. I can point to Halo. Basically all the way, Halo 1 all the way through 3. I can point to Pokemon Go specifically. In a very short order, I'm able to name games that have touched your life, whether or not you have played a video game. Whether or not you have interacted with this medium, you have been impacted by it. If I show you the Dovahkiin, if I play The Dragonborn Comes, even if you haven't played that video game, there's a strong chance that you're going to know what it's from. If I show you the Master Chief, even if you haven't played Halo, chances are you are going to recognize in your life that has been segregated from the video game medium, you're going to be aware, at least, of the context. And again, for people who are just jumping into chat and they're seeing the question of the day, the thing that you have to take away from this is that, in my view, a cultural impact is measured by the fact that even if you haven't interacted with that source of media, you recognize things from it. It has impacted the world around you. Your worldview has been influenced by the existence of these things. So, for example, Lord of the Rings. If I talk about Tom Bombadil, if you haven't read Lord of the Rings, you probably don't know what I'm talking about. But if I show you the One Ring from the Lord of the Rings movies, you are going to see that has had a cultural impact. That has created other sources of media that have had a cultural impact. And I think that this is this is actually an interesting thought. This is a very interesting thought, actually. So, Cam previously made a point that all these other sort of sources of art and artisanry can be translated into the video game medium and used within a video game. Okay, that speaks to cultural impact. But I think that exists in so many different art forms, right? I can make a painting inspired by Lord of the Rings. I can make a movie inspired by Lord of the Rings or Beowulf, and it has been done. It has been done. So, I think that when we talk about cultural impact of a video game, right, when you start to see that bleed over, I think actually speaks to a significant point of cultural impact. So, Mario is getting a movie. Legend of Zelda is getting a movie. Even though they're not great, Halo has received a TV show. Assassin's Creed has received a movie. These things, these sources of media, these video games, have bled over into other forms of media. And you don't do that unless there's been a cultural impact. You don't do that unless there is some sort of significance there for us. I think Pokemon is a great example, but I tend to think of this from people who are my mom's age or older. If I were to show her Pikachu, she would 100% know it's a Pokemon. She wouldn't know its name. I can't say the same for Master Chief. However, your previous example of a Stormtrooper, she would immediately recognize that as Star Wars, and would likely know they are Stormtroopers, even though she has never seen a Star Wars film. Yep, 100%. Verbal storytelling started 100,000 to 200,000 years ago. To say that a more and more immersive experience of storytelling to guide the values of a culture and see the perspective of others is going to grow and always evolve. I'm gonna let that one simmer for a second. You can go back to movies and TV shows of the 80s and 90s to see references to video games. Both great and cheesy films by great and quirky directors, Pong, Pac-Man, Space Invaders, have literally shaped plot lines. Yep. So, I'm very fascinated in Harold's point. I think that perhaps we're framing this entire thing incorrectly. A video game is different from a movie, is different from a piece of literature, is different from a piece of music. They're different forms of storytelling. They're different forms of narrative experience. But if you look at it from the perspective of someone who is culturally minded, historically minded, academically minded, you're not going to look at them as separate. You're going to look at them as evolutions of storytelling fundamentally. Music tells a story. Literature tells a story. Video games tell a story. Cinema tells a story. That is very, very interesting. And I think that fundamentally, I'm compelled to agree. I'm compelled to look at it as what are we trying to do culturally when we play a game, or when we watch a movie, or when we read a book? We're trying to share stories. We're trying to share experience. You know, why did the ancient Greeks go to an amphitheater and watch a performance of the Iliad or the Odyssey? Why did you do that? Like, yes, the story is there, but I think that fundamentally they're trying to have an experience. They're trying to what are we trying to do with our art? What do human beings try to do with our art? We are trying to share aspects of our individual human experience. You cannot look at Van Gogh's Starry Night and not see into the man, at least a little bit. You cannot look at a Caravaggio and not see into the man for a brief moment. But in so doing, you are yourself having an experience. And you're taking that in, and you're changing it. Your own experience and your own perspective shifts these things. So cultural impact isn't just measured by the artistic intention. It's also measured by what we do with it. It's also measured by what we as human beings change these things into. It might feel absurd but centuries from now, there may be people recounting how we gathered around strange boxes to play Halo LAN parties, just how professors teach about such things like pygmy musical instruments. And this is the historiographical perspective. As a historian, I have to look at the past, the present, and I have to think to the future. Why is games preservation even important? This is the conversation that we are having when we dive into things like video games still haven't made the cultural impact as things such as films like Star Wars, pieces of literature like Lord of the Rings, or epic poems like Beowulf. And then, of course, followed by the claim, and there never will be. When we interact with this idea, as a historian, I am thinking about the past, I am thinking about the present, and I am thinking about the future. Video games are a fundamental part of this culture. If I am a historian 500 years from now and I'm looking at the culture of today, I will find a video game. I will most certainly find a video game. So my question as a games preservation advocate is, how many video games is that historian going to be able to find? How much of what has shaped the history of video games am I, as someone who is conscious of games preservation, going to give that historian? And the reason that I am passionate about games preservation, my friends, is that we are robbing the historians of tomorrow and the video game enthusiasts of tomorrow of experience, of research, of context. We are robbing them of crucial and fundamental frameworks that talk about our culture today. Video games are an essential plot point in the culture of the 21st century and the 20th century. It's so crazy to think that video games started in the 1970s. And in that 7 decades that we have had video games, we have gone from a game like Pong, table tennis fundamentally, and now we have narrative experiences like Baldur's Gate 3, Expedition 33. We have complex, interactive stories and frameworks that people are going to be able to use to look at. Like, we need to think of it this way. Who's to say that Claire Obscure Expedition 33 won't be looked at in the same way as Beowulf? Won't be looked at in the same way as Lord of the Rings or Star Wars? Who says that these things will not be looked at, impactfully speaking, in that way? If your game affects millions, if not billions of people, can we not honestly say that has no cultural impact and that will never have the same cultural impact as other mediums that have existed for millennia as opposed to decades? I come back to this idea that the framing of this comment that I got that has informed the conversation we're having is fundamentally reductive. It reduces video games down to just entertainment. And here's the deal, guys. Entertainment is culturally impactful. If I look to the United Kingdom and I see a soccer game and I see thousands of people congregated in one place to watch that sport, it's just entertainment. For the people watching the game, it is just entertainment. But can I say that football, soccer, is not culturally impactful? Can I say that hockey has not been culturally impactful? Can I not say that things that gather human beings into a single spot to interact with a thing is not culturally impactful? I don't think I can. I don't think I can. And I refuse to be reductive in that way. Again, preservation is providing future generations with context about our interconnected story as human beings. That is a fact. That is the fact of the matter. Absolutely. Rudolph, welcome in on the YouTube side. I'd like to ask, when did you first play the Witcher game? I discovered this magnificent world in 2009. My first playthrough of The Witcher was this year. So I started the Witcher playthrough. No, I think that's untrue. I think my first... So, Rudolph, you can look back into my YouTube channel and you can see the first part 1 of the Witcher playthrough. That was my second interaction with the game. I'd played the tutorial prior to that, but my first full playthrough, that ended this year. So that was my first time playing The Witcher. And that game changed my life. And actually, speaking of which, you know, CD Projekt Red, they are, if I'm not mistaken, they are Polish. I believe they are. And their culture and their way of going through the world, that bleeds through into the game they made. It absolutely does. It absolutely does. And The Witcher is fantastic because it feels so incredible in that way. Lap, welcome in. As a longtime sports fan, I can tell you I cried as much as I did when the Eagles won the Super Bowl for the first time as I did watching Imitation of Life and the first Ni no Kuni. All are entertainment. All were very impactful to you. 100%. What's to say Expedition 33 won't be told like the Iliad or the Odyssey, telling a hero's journey and more? Well, this is what the... Okay. When we are having the game's preservation conversation, and a game disappears, this has already happened, guys. This has already happened. We have lost games. And what do we have? We have retrospectives on YouTube that are recounting what this video game was, what this video game contextually within the historical record meant to people. We already have that today. Games preservation is in such a bad spot that we have games that are spoken of posthumously as legends. Like, think about it. Like, that's really what we're doing. Like, just sitting by a campfire. You got Harold, your resident father figure, being like, children, let me tell you of when I played Dragon. You've got these tales that we can tell each other of these video games that, to someone who has never experienced that thing, is as good as a myth. Fundamentally, this game touched my soul in more ways than 1,000. Very few truly grasp its depth. Rudolph, I agree with you. The Witcher was I've played a lot of games on this channel. The Witcher was a game that impacted me, and I think everybody who's been watching me play this series can attest to this in terms of like my body language and stuff. The Witcher affected me. The Witcher was a very, very impactful game on me as an individual, and I'm kicking myself for not playing it more. I'm kicking myself for not having experienced this game in a deeper way. It's a very important game to me at this point in my life. It's so important that I grabbed something to commemorate the playthrough of the game. I got myself this because I wanted something that reminded me of my playthrough of this game. It was something very, very impactful to me. Maybe we should consider Angry Video Game Nerds seasons of YouTube videos, like the retellings of Canterbury Tales. Oh, here's the thing though, right? Like, as someone who has studied a lot of history, thank you. As someone who has studied a lot of history, that's kind of like, we're being facetious about it, but that's really what you do. That is fundamentally what you do. You look back at what people interacted with, and you use that to, frankly, infer a meaning, a cultural trend, something like that. And that's been really that's been really what we're talking about here. And that's why games preservation is important. I want games to exist. Like, whether or not you like a game or not, I think a game has a right to exist, has a right to tell its story. We're so blessed in the 21st century that I can take a piece of data, I can take a piece of history, and I can preserve it. And I can show people that. And we have games not in the not so distant past that were made to be disposable. So I can't do that with Anthem. I can't do that with Highguard. I can't do that with Concord. You know, people, because again, 500 years from now, a historian of culture is going to look at a Concord and they're going to say, why was this rejected so vociferously? The game provides a context to that. And you know what? Here's the thing, guys. And this is a wild thing to think about. This is a wild point. If I'm sitting here 150 years from now and I'm looking to play a game like Concord or Highguard or Anthem, because the context of the time has changed and perhaps some of the negative connotations of live service have abated, am I going to look at these games as negatively as the people of that day did? Are we going to sit there and go, this is a bad game? There are countless games that were critically panned. They were critically panned when they first came out. And then 50 years after, 20 years after, 25 years after, someone got a hold of it and went, this is amazing. Like, I love this. What are you talking? I had that experience with The Witcher, where a lot of people were like, don't play it. Combat's shit. It's a terrible game. Just never touch it. Just don't do it. Do yourself a favor. Do not experience that game. That game came out in 2007, guys. So when we are looking at The Witcher, like I have 20, you know, like I'm gonna have 20 years of separation from that game, right? And I played the combat. I enjoyed it. There's lots of people who've been in the chat that are like, you know, I'm not into it, you know, like it's not my thing. But if I had listened to the people that didn't enjoy it, I wouldn't have had one of the most meaningful experiences in video gaming that I've ever had. And I think that's important to talk about. I think that is important to recognize as well. Also, the Iceman and his oldest ever form of tattoos will be thousands of years from now compared to my Dark Souls and Mario tattoos. I know that it's ridiculous to think about, but it's true. It is true, right? There is meaning that we try to infer from these things. Unfortunately, I have to take my PS3 in to get looked at. I hope it probably is. It's probably just some capacitors or your fan's dirty or it overheated or something like that. Most of the time, these things are fixable. But that is also why it's important to try to preserve these things in data form as well. So like the N64 actually, so a little bit of games preservation news for you guys. The Nintendo 64 just got a mod retro creation called the M64. It can play all your original N64 games on an original piece of hardware, and new games are going to be coming out for the N64 for the first time since the end of production for the N64. Mod Retro is developing actively new games in the N64 cart framework, which I think is incredible. I think it's actually really cool that the story of the Nintendo 64 is getting expanded upon in that way. I think that's really neat. I think it's really meaningful.
Larry's Suits of Leisure deserves to be told, you some bitches. Come, my children, let me tell you of the hardships as we traveled the trail to the hope that Oregon was supposed to be. The dysentery got so many of us. It was a muddy mess of dirt, water, and human filth.
Queen, welcome in. I hope this isn't insulting. You sound like you should be Thor's brother. It's only insulting if you meant it to be. It's only insulting if you meant it to be. My voice has been polarizing. I have some physiological issues that cause my voice to be like, I'm a little bit nasally sounding, I'm a little bit deep sounding. I have a deviated septum, so this nostril is basically AFK, and then my throat, I've got scar tissue on my vocal folds from a viral infection I had as a kid. So I get moments of just extreme resonance in my voice, and it's simply because I've got issues. But I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Queen. Thank you very, very much. And how was your day today? AFK is an amazing way to, yeah. I mean, that's basically what it is, right? You know, like, if I clog this nostril, you know, I'll sound like I clogged my whole nose. So I sound like I clogged my whole nose. But if I clog this nostril, because it's not working, Like, I'm unaffected. But if I clog this nostril, I am affected. Yeah, like, it literally doesn't work. It literally does not even work. As a fellow booming-voiced man with a nasal problem, you wear it well. I have worked very hard to AFK, exactly. I have worked very hard to work on my elocution and stuff like that. Like, the voice acting has been something that has really helped me. When I got into voice acting, I was surrounded by a lot of people that told me, because when I made content on, especially, like, I make games preservation content, guys. Like, I'm not burning the house down when it comes to content on YouTube and Twitch and stuff. But I got made fun of a lot. I got a lot of people saying that I was like AI and stuff like that, and it hurt. It was definitely hurt. But when I started voice acting, I had directors, I had other voice actors, I had people going, your voice is so unique because of the struggles that you've had, right? Like, who we are as people informs our person, our voice. And I think that has been one of the most formative experiences. And as I've grown in my skill in voice acting, I've been able to compensate for a lot of the issues that I had, right? Like, finding your real voice is actually a thing. Because there's a lot of people that have significant struggles with their self-confidence and such. And what their voice is, naturally, got made fun of, so they compensate for it, and they make up for that. I didn't really have that luxury because I was physically forced into certain, like, if anything, I was told that my voice was a little bit too deep, so I would force it to be something a little bit more like this, so that people wouldn't criticize me for being too loud or stuff like that. It's that sort of thing that is what I forced my voice into when people, I don't know, were intimidated by me or whatever. So I would fight for that higher register, so that I wouldn't be taking up the room, sort of thing. And actually, I don't really, my voice has like a weird resonance, and of course there is the proximity effect on your microphone, so the closer I get to the mic, the deeper it sounds, right? But like, it's that resonance, like, that gets people. It's not necessarily like a depth sort of thing. Resonance is often mistaken for like objective depth kind of thing. And I appreciate the love, guys. I appreciate the love very much. This community and this chat and these conversations that we have been a very important part in me kind of gaining that confidence as a presenter and as someone who talks about these themes and stuff. And it means a lot to me that you guys see someone who has made games preservation and the history of video games, the purpose of their channel, the purpose of what they do, the purpose of the conversations that I try to have, and you stuck around, guys. Like, that means a lot to me. That really means a lot to me, because there's a lot of conversations that we have in this community that have just been, I've been really scared of having the conversations because I'm worried that I'm gonna be too boring or something like No, okay. Queen's not gonna, you're not missing anything. Someone tell Queen they're not missing anything. It's just fine. It's fine. You're not missing any lore. I know ads are running. I'm not gonna miss people. I'm not gonna make people miss out on anything. When I said Azar Javed is a jerk, I meant it as deeply disappointing, ridiculous, and cowardly. Someone you can wipe the floor with almost too easy. I actually had a very hard time with Azar Javed's kind of later fight and everything like that. But, yeah, as I said, you know, as someone who focuses on games preservation with their content and their conversations, it means a lot to me that you guys... It means a lot to me that you guys stick around for these conversations and you contribute. Like, this is an interesting thing, right? What is my goal with these conversations? What is my goal here? And fundamentally, my goal, I don't think that I as an individual or as a content creator can necessarily move the needle on games preservation in the sense that I will somehow get more games preserved by myself. The point of the conversations I am trying to have and the impact that I'm trying to have is I'm trying to get all of you to think about your video games as pieces of history. I'm trying to get you guys, and perhaps maybe the industry at large, to think about the fact that you aren't just making a disposable commodity. You are making a piece of culturally significant media. Everything that human beings create has a significance. Let's go with something that is far more. So, my claim, everything that humans make has cultural significance. Let's talk about something that is, by its very nature, disposable, in that it is consumed, literally. Food. Am I going to say that a chef who has devoted their life to food is somehow somehow someone who is not consciously mindful of the experience they're giving, someone who is not consciously mindful of the artisanry they're putting into their creations? I think that every chef worth their every chef that cares knows that they are providing an experience every time they put food on the plate. And what I am seeking is that, so in the same way that I would ask that chef to write their knowledge down or recant their knowledge so that people could know about their passion, people could have a historical context with which to talk about that. I want video games to be equally mindful. If your game is simply entertainment, if your game is nothing more than something that is supposed to be played with friends, like Peak, right? Peak is a great game, but it is a game that is fundamentally meant to be interacted with briefly with friends, and then you move on, you play something else. It is a, what will we call it? I do, sigh, I hate the word slop, I do. It's just like saying it is very just abrupt. It's just slop. Like, I personally, I get the meaning, and I agree with the meaning, but it is very, like, I just hate the word. It's like saying moist, you know? It's just aggressive. It's just really aggro. But, I think that if game development is mindful of what they're putting into the world, even if it is simply entertainment, if you have that impact in mind, that historiographical framework in mind, that kind of changes the way that you make these things, honestly, right? It's instead of, but that's what it is. It's literally created for strict consumption of multiplayer for clip. Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, I agree with the, hello, hi. Can I help you? Into the microphone.
Running out for a second. Does Brad relocate bees? Somebody posted on Facebook they've got bees in their garage.
No, he doesn't do that. He might know people then. So you can maybe message, but so I guess like what I'm talking about, right? With the chef example. So food is literally disposable, it's consumable, it's you have it and it's gone, right? But the chef is mindful of that. Yes, hi. Okay, so for those of you who have no context as to what is going on, Mrs. Books is showing me a video of her horse in water with her on its back, and that is actually a huge moment because Duke is very, very not into the water.
Oh no, he likes the water. He just likes to buck me off and run away outside.
As I said, big moment, big thing. Get by. So, okay. Back to the point here. You have something that is an experience that will just, one could argue it's throwaway because you eat the food and it's gone. But when you have a video game that is, honestly, I don't think they're even always meant to be fun. You have video games that are made today that really don't have an experience in mind. They're not really trying to do anything. They're trying to just make money. Like, really, I'm being completely honest. Like, a lot of these live service experiences, it's literally like, okay, so Call of Duty does really well. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna make that, but worse. And then we're gonna make it live service, and we're going to put all of our money into marketing, and it's gonna sell, and then we're just going to remove the game from service in like a month because that costs money, right? Like there's lots of practices like that are negligent in terms of the historical context conversation. So this kind of sucks from a games preservation perspective because in terms of games preservation, I am sat there if I want to be intellectually consistent, I have to say that's a piece of history that gets preserved. Right? I am looking at something that I know is disposable, I know people hate, I know is absolutely something that I'm going to have a absolute bitch of a time getting people bought into preserving, but it got made. And it's a piece of that history. It's a piece of the history of games development and video games making. And if I'm being intellectually consistent with my claims of games preservation, then I'm going to be the guy saying like, no, this is a piece of the history. This game gives you context. And that's a really hard position to be put in. So I think that another interesting thing that I'm hoping that games preservation forward conversations have is, let's start making games mindfully. So, the games that we've been playing recently, The Witcher in particular, CD Projekt Red started GOG. So, one could argue the Witcher franchise is in fantastically good hands when it comes to preservation perspectives. But shovelware has existed, and it's never been a mindful thing. It has always been for money. Buy a license and push out a game. 100%. That has always been the thing. It's always been the thing. The difference, of course, and Sai will know this, because Sai's excellent with this kind of thing, but within the context of older video games, I at least had a physical source that I could copy if I wanted to preserve the history. Shovelware of today, slop, if you guys will, is not something that is preservable because it's server based. So if I want to take the game away from you, I can. Throw Anthem into your Xbox. Try and play some Anthem. I'll wait. Right? That kind of idea of games going away. Like, this is what I talk about when I say the games preservation situation is so bad. We are not just losing games yesterday, right? I'm not just talking about a physical game for the GameCube that was really obscure, and they only printed so many, and we can't really get a hold of the discs because a lot of them are owned in private collections. I'm not just talking about that. We are in a games preservation crisis for games that were made a decade, 5 years ago. Guys, the games preservation crisis is something that is affecting us today, as we speak, right now, for games that are not that old. Highguard lasted less than a month. Like, I don't even have to look back that far to talk about how disposable these games are treated. And that's not even to say the games that were never made. That's not even to talk about that. Right? Like, I can talk, like, I always say this, if you see your favorite game dev working on a live service game, you need to start praying for them. Because generally speaking, that means Sony and Microsoft are like, okay, we have a big studio, and they have a lot of employees, and we don't know what to do with these people. So, okay, we're gonna put them on a live service game, because even if it's shit, we'll probably make some money from that. You know, like, one of my favorite devs, Lionshead, I love Fable. Fable is one of my favorite franchises. Lionshead was put on. They pitched Fable 4, by the way. They pitched it. They were like, okay, this is what we have in mind for Fable 4. And when you've got a studio like Lionshead that has made amazing games like Fable, and I'm not saying not unflawed games, I'm saying just amazing games, and you have that developer put on a live service game, Fable Legends, look it up. That is a misuse. That is a fundamental misunderstanding of what that studio's skill set is. That Fable Legends upsets me. That was really, really, really unfortunate. But throughout history, many different forms of art have been lost forever. So, as humans, we create and we destroy. Okay, no. That is a important aspect of the conversation to have. So, Koala, what I bring to this is I bring the historical perspective, right? I was an academic for nearly a decade of my life, and I carry that with me everywhere I go, in everything that I do. And when I look at a statement like that, what am I trying to do as a historian? What is any historian trying to do? We are trying to use the events of the past to teach a lesson, to remind people of where they came from, and hopefully to give them a mindfulness that they will carry into the future with them. That is the point of what I do. So when you say humans create and we destroy, that is true. But what is the point of telling that story? What is the point of talking about that historical context? It's so that we can do better. It's not so that we can just reconcile ourselves to the fact that we're just never going to do better than that. It's human nature. It's just the way we are. And I'm not okay with that. I'm not okay with reconciling myself to that fact. I think that everything that humans create can provide an impactful context that we can use to become better. And here's the thing. Everything that you do, movies have been lost. Plays, books, manuscripts, stories, paintings, the list goes on. 100% true. 100% true. So my point is, we can do better now. And the reason that we're not doing better with video games is literally a negligence. Why have movies been lost? Okay, like, let's use the historical perspective here. Why have movies been lost? Why have plays been lost? Why have books and manuscripts? It's negligence. And it is a lack of care, right? Time moves on for all of us, and things that were important yesterday are not as important today. So you end up in a situation where you're confounding the preservation conversation. I can look at that history and I can recognize that it is negligence that has caused a lot of these impacts that we have had. So then I can look to video games and I can say, no more. I can choose to fight for something better. I think that is fundamentally what we're talking about here. Let us not reconcile ourselves to the ravages of time, and let us instead choose to nurture something that has an importance, that has a significance within a conversation. And by the way, whenever I'm responding to thoughts, I'm addressing your ideas. I'm not addressing you as an individual, saying that, like, I disagree with your idea and therefore you're bad. I don't like you. I'm not doing that. So I feel like I need to clarify that, because I have had conversations with people where they have become upset because they felt like I was personally attacking them. I want to be clear, that's not what I'm doing. I'm interacting with your ideas. I'm having an academic conversation. And that is what debate is. You interact with the ideas. You do not interact with the person, necessarily. And what it comes down to is importance or nope. Popularity is ephemeral. Popularity is something that goes away.
Sarah.
Welcome in, everybody. I hope that you are having a fantastic day. I see Jerkops, I see Flame, I see Bread. Welcome in, my friends. Popularity is transient.
Sarah.
I have games that sold fantastically well. Very, very well indeed. And to insist that popularity in 1995 translates to 2026, and that is why these things are preserved. I'll give you a point here. Popularity increases the chance that that thing will be seen as important, and therefore might, not always, but might, increase the chance that that game will be preserved. There's an increased chance, but there is not an assurance of that. What do you think of legalities of certain actions that in the end contribute to the conservation of games? An example, employee against the company rules. Preserve a copy of source code of a game, and years later that can be used to create an enhanced edition, like let's imagine Icewind Dale 2, which was saved in this way. Kind of like John Romero has a bunch of stuff saved from his id Software days, and even the studio doesn't have it anymore. So, the legality issue that you're speaking to, here's the thing, guys. What we're speaking to here is copyright. That's when Nimloth mentions legality, we're talking about the right to copy a game. So, what Nimloth has spoken to there is potential. But to Sai's point, if that developer who saved the source code and tried to quote-unquote save the game, that game will then get lost due to the fact that that person has illegally copied what the publisher has the right to distribute. So the legalities conversation is the sticking point of games preservation fundamentally, because a lot of the stuff that is in the way of what games preservation is trying to do is like licensing and stuff like that. But to Nimloth's point, you know, you've got Tim Kaine actually told me Tim Kaine in a video. I recommend watching some of his videos. He spoke to
Hello there.
A very interesting, hello Game Freak. Tim Kaine spoke to a very interesting theme here, which was he was told to destroy source code. Like he was literally told to destroy source code. Like that's real, guys. That's out there. That happens. So if Tim kept any source code, he would technically be in breach of his contract and subject to, like, if they found out, he would be subject to legal ramifications. Tim Kaine, he created, he's basically the author of the Fallout franchise. So Fallout 1 and 2. So I don't agree with everything Tim says. I think that he has, he definitely has stuff that he says that I don't agree with. But that specific video where he made the point about the source code, I think that is something that is, I think that is something that is, it has utility. That is a part of the conversation that we can have. Not people knowing these things and people knowing how the industry works. Like, if you're going to advocate for a better future, if you're going to sign petitions,
a new hand touches the beacon.
Thank you very much for the follow. We do, I hope that it is actually anonymous now. I did have an issue with the, I did have the issue with the chat in the past. But if you guys want to hang out, obviously you can hop into chat. Fa, welcome in. I don't want to call you Cough. What do you like to be called? I'm well. Thank you very much for asking. I'm very, very well. He's a bit dramatic and over-embellishes. True, but I think that to your point, that that can mislead people. That can mislead people. I try to see through that kind of stuff. Like, I'm the kind of guy who I will listen to someone make a claim and then I will just go off and I'll start researching. Obviously, not everybody does that. Not everybody does that, but I'm a weirdo. And it's like, oh, Tim Kaine said this. All right, let's look at source stuff. Yeah, okay, yeah. I don't speak fluent internet, if you guys haven't noticed.
I don't always have my translation software running in the back.
Yeah, you can tell Muffin and Psy are like, Ball recognizes Ball. Sorry, I am just going to try and catch up with the chat. As I said, you know, in these chatting segments, I'm going to, like, eventually we're going to start playing a game, but I want to take the time to have more concerted conversations within the framework of the stream. So that's why, like, I'm starting off the stream with a lot more chatting than I have in the past, because I do want to, I want to give the conversation time to breathe. I don't want to be like, oh yeah, like, I'm gonna make an important point. Okay, let's get back to the game. You know, like, I want to, before we dive into the game, I want to give each kind of their space to just exist and have the impact. So Dragon, I actually was going to put that to chat. I really don't know. This week has been sort of a write-off for me. Work was insane. I did mostly 3 a.m. starts throughout the week. And then I found out yesterday that my parents had a bad storm roll through. They didn't have water or power for the last couple days, and they didn't tell me. And I texted yesterday right before stream just being like, hey, how's it going? And they were like, oh, yeah, stuff is kind of not great. And I was like, oh, okay, I'm canceling stream and you're going to come to my house and have some air conditioning and a shower because you have no running water and you haven't showered in a couple of days. So I canceled yesterday's stream just to take care of family, fundamentally. So, but yeah, I will put it to chat. What are you guys wanting? What are you guys wanting to hang out and play? Like, are you guys wanting some Baldur's Gates? Are you wanting some Witcher 2? Are you guys wanting some Assassin's Creed? Anything like that. You're in the same boat. I've shut my water off because I found a pretty severe leak. And there goes my son. Yep. At least you have water once you fix the leak. There's that at least. But yeah, I totally understand the old house struggles. That's 100% poopy. I gotta get ready for work. Just wanted to come harass you. Sigh. Thank you so much for hanging out, my friend. Like, seriously, if you guys are, can I get a shout out for RetroSci in the chat? If you guys are wanting another creator who talks about games preservation and video games history and is just a 10 out of 10 cool dude that I am... You talk about people that you're blessed to meet in your life. Sai is someone I have been very, very blessed to meet in my life. He has been absolutely great to have conversations with. His stream is so fun. Like, you're gonna see so many games in a RetroSci stream. It absolutely fantastic. I know the glaze makes you uncomfortable, Sai, but I have to say it because you've just been an absolute amazing guy to spend time with, and I'm very grateful for this community. I'm very grateful for the stream and everybody that I've met along the way, and that's been something that's been so important to me. The cultural impact of video games is massive already because of the size of the industry, but now the medium is taken more seriously in terms of the story scripts and quality in acting. Its impact is going to be as this is the thing. I talk about the how to put this, the cross-contamination between different mediums. So you've got movies, you've got literature, you've got music. Video games are an interactive art source that can take from all of these different things. And now you've seen video games are entering the realm of cinema, right? You're getting a lot more video game universe translations into movies. And frankly speaking, if you guys aren't reading, like, feel the way you feel about the Halo franchise and the direction it's gone, but during the Bungie days, Halo had a lot of amazing books. There was a lot of really amazing literature. So you could absolutely see even early in the, I guess I consider like the era. So for console generations, you're going to be looking, I want to say, to like Gen 7 sort of thing. So Xbox 360, PS3, that's where gaming really started to like pick up in a really, really big way, especially after the crash of the 80s. So in that era, you saw a lot of novelizations for a lot, like Resident Evil novels are some of my favorite. Like, I enjoy the Resident Evil games. I enjoy the Resident Evil books in some cases more than I enjoy that individual game, because I get a lot of the story, right? I get a lot of that immersion and storytelling from outside of the game itself. You're shiny hunting, Pokemon Coliseum. Is shiny hunting a thing for every Pokemon game? I'm curious, Game Freak. I like to quote the MGM Vault Fire a lot, because that really opened a lot of eyes back in the early days. And the last known copy of London After Midnight was part of the damages. That happened in 1965. Yeah, absolutely. And this is why I don't like the idea of taking all of our physical media, like, and I advocate for original media experiencing. I think that's really important. That provides an essential context of a game. But you're also going to be in a situation where you're kind of putting all your eggs into one basket. So a comprehensive view of games preservation is this. You preserve the physical, right? You preserve the physical media, as much of it as you can, because there's shelf life to these things. Then you digitize. And then it's a conversation of evangelizing. It's getting people to experience these games. Because without the original game, without the original physical media, especially for old games, you're not going to have something to preserve. You're not going to have something to extract the data from. And for example, say, even though you did backups and you did everything right in the digital space for games preservation, you can still lose it. You can still lose the data. So to anyone who does any game dev, any software development, any BIOS development, anything in the realm of cyberspace, I guess, fundamentally, you realize how fragile this stuff actually is, and how, like, changing even something little can change something big. It's absolutely insane. Like, so the name of the game is backups upon backups upon backups upon backups. So your physical media, right? I've got my Pokemon. I've been playing a lot of Pokemon Yellow lately. So I have the game. So I can pull the game off of this. But when I pull the game off of this, I'm making a copy of a copy. I need to preserve this, and I also need to preserve the data of this. And then there's another thing that a lot of people don't talk about, because a lot of people think emulation is enough, and it misses the point in a lot of ways. Am I retaining the experience? When I have someone play Pokemon Yellow, does it feel like they are playing Pokemon Yellow on their Game Boy Advanced SP or their Game Boy Advanced. What is the context that they feel when they interact with this? That is also an important aspect of games preservation. There are so many people in so many comment sections on my videos that are just like, I can just emulate. And it's like, okay, saying just emulate is a fundamental misunderstanding of what games preservation is trying to do. I'm not just trying to make the game available to as many people as possible. That's our goal of games preservation, but that's not... If I don't have this, and the data that I can pull from these things, and the physical experience that I can get from this, I have nothing to share. I have nothing to give to people. And then within the context of a modern game, again, you're trying to retain the context. Like, our display systems are becoming more advanced with each passing year. Our computation systems are becoming more advanced with each passing year. Getting something like a Game Boy Advanced to talk to a new PC, there's going to be stuff that gets lost in translation. So just emulating, no, you have to do something that is a lot more deliberate, that tries to give someone as close to the original experience as they can possibly get. Preservation is preserving the authenticity, the integrity, and managing the changes of time through minimal intervention. That is the preservation of any history, by the way. That is like, these are some ideas that I have taken from just being a historian. What is authenticity? That is the context of where that thing came from. What is authentically that? So I had a great conversation, and I use, like, I was a medievalist, right? So swords are, people don't like medieval history because it's like, oh, this is how they used to churn butter in 1150. Ooh, yes. That's the stuff I studied, right? Everybody's like, oh, I studied the War of the Roses. Like, most of the time what a historian is going to be studying is what it is like to be alive at that point in time. And the physical objects provide context. So I use a sword and the craftsmanship of that sword to infer and speak to the knightly class, the chivalric orders, what a king would wield, right? If I get the sword of a king, it's like, okay, what is the sword of the king in comparison to the sword of a lowly knight? I can get context from that, right? So in this conversation, it was like, okay, imagine discovering that sword and then putting that sword into a cast and then melting that sword down and making clones of it using new metal. When you are emulating, when you are copying these games, that's what you're doing. You're creating a mold. You're creating something that is shaped like the original game. But is it the original game? Are we fundamentally providing the original experience? And that is where games preservation has to be a lot more deliberate. You have to be conscientious of providing as close to the original context as you can. Because obviously, I can't just make sure that everybody has a copy of this. That's unreasonable. But what I can do is I can be very deliberate, and I can try to get as close to the original experience as I can. And of course, there's museums. So the video game museum in Texas, they have original hardware. They have this stuff that you can interact with. You cannot have emulation or preservation without the physical version of the game. Yes, 100%. Now, and this is what I say, right? in the preservation conversation of old games, you're informing your games preservation conversation of the present, and therefore what will happen in the future. Okay? So, what are we going to do about live service games? What are we going to do about these disposable, to quote a lot of the chat, slop products? What are you going to do about this stuff? And that is honestly, this era of video games, that is my biggest concern. And frankly speaking, that is one of the biggest, the value statement for a lot of the games that were made in yesteryear has been made. Like, a lot of old games have had their value statements made for them. Not all. I need to be very specific about that. But a lot of games, they're like, yes, this is absolutely valuable. I will preserve this. But with a new game, you have a lot of the modern industry, and you have a lot of that current issues battle going on top of the preservation conversation. So it's like, how can I advocate for something to be preserved if people don't like it, if people think that it's slop, if people literally think that it's garbage? Because a lot of these things, people literally think that it is garbage, that it is something to just be thrown away. And I'm the guy who has to sit here and be like, no, this is a part of history. We need to stop making things with disposability in mind, sort of thing. And if it is disposable, it needs to be very open about that fact. Like, I don't go to a 5-star restaurant and be like, oh yes, this dish was excellent. Ensconce it in carbonite and make it last forever. You know, like, I'm not doing that, but I would at least want that chef to provide a recipe, right? It's like, this dish was great. Like, let's talk about how you made it, right? Let's make a cookbook or something like that. That can be preservation in terms of that. And for a video game, it's like, okay, like, a bad game is only a bad game because we have other games that are better to compare to. 100%. All right, I've got Mrs. Books in the side of my head right now.
We like antiques. I only spent $20.
Oh, that's what happened when you said you were leaving the house.
There was a grand opening today.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Was this a perfume bottle?
It's like a vase of dish. Whatever. We'll use it for that.
Okay.
Tablecloth.
Okay.
Okay, so I didn't check until I was sending my mom pictures when I got home, but it's actually been on my list because it's the same author as that one
How old is that book?
animal book that they got me when I was a kid. This?
Paper looks... Was it 1960s?
Published 81.
Oh, okay.
Copyright 63. So the first one was 63.
I come to my historian capriciousness
we like
naturally.
this one better.
What do we have here?
I didn't even look at
Nature
the
into Art by Handasid Buchanan. Oh, gotta be careful with this one. Binding is delicate. Mayflower Books out of New York. 1979. 1979.
Yeah, but how old are the plates? Doesn't say here. It might say under them.
So, to my point about video games, this is Historia right here.
1739
This is not a history book,
plates.
but this is... I'm looking at history right now, guys. If old books get you going, you'd like my shed I just filled with... Yeah. But, like, 1827, right?
The plate, not the book.
Like, right, but I'm interacting with... Like, this is exactly what I'm talking about with with the games preservation conversation, like, I'm trying to get something. I want us to be able to experience these things, and right now it's tough to get that, and that's why we need to have the conversation. Okay.
I am gonna say that it's harder for you because it's digital, so you delete the files they got.
Well, and that's the problem. Is data is in many ways more fragile than physical, which is why, like, Sai is in the chat saying you have to preserve the physical version for these old games, right? You have to provide the physical version, because without the physical, you can't attain preservation of the original. You need context. What was the original even like? If all I did was say emulate it, what reference point do I have? Where does the history come from? I've got Nintendo 64 carts behind me that provide crucial context into the preservation of these things. Crucial context. Books has a book, yes. For the first time in the channel, Books has held a book. Is it his child? Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. That bottle you could use for a reed. Yep, 100%. Mrs. Books is buying a bunch of stuff. We're very antique-y. So Mrs. Books is buying stuff for the wedding. Just for like table decor and stuff like that kind of thing. Old Sturbridge Village in Boston showing life when people first arrived to the colony, scrubbing to wash against the internal sides of a modern washing machine. Thus is how those who first came from England to the Americas lived and washed their clothes. So I have something similar in Ontario. It's called Upper Canada Village. And it is a village that operates 24/7 as a pioneer-era village. So, like, churning butter, doing blacksmithing, horse and buggy, all this different stuff. And, you know, we kind of turn these things into novellas, but what we are trying to do with the games preservation movement is we're trying to show people what old games are like. We're trying to advocate for the experience of these things. You also know how complicated it starts to get when you have to preserve specific versions of the game. Take games that, well, this is why the Witcher 2 playthrough is interesting, right? I'm playing on PC. That is a very different version of the game from the Xbox 360 version. So you do get into this scintillating conversation where it's like, okay, yeah, you've preserved The Witcher 2 on PC, but have you preserved it on 360? Have you preserved all the mediums that are available? Have you preserved every version of that game that, like, Sai will know this, but when you're talking about pre-1980s video games, everybody had their own console and everybody had their own first-party version of the same game. When you say Pong, are you talking about the Atari Pong? Are you talking about the Coleco Pong? Are you talking about the Magnavox Odyssey Pong? Or, like, there were so many lawsuits in the early eras of gaming where everybody was like, no, that's ours. And they're like, no. Like, this is actually partly why licensing is as onerous and as crazy as it is. Because there was a lot of intellectual property copying during the early eras of video games production. Now, obviously, a lot of these laws, they're for novels. They're for, like, you've got the... Oh, what is it? I think it's like the Bayern Convention or something like that. It's the something convention. It's the name of a city and it's a convention. I think it's the Bayern Convention. And it's It was made in the 1800s, like late 1800s, for copyright of like novels and stuff like that. So a lot of this copyright law that we're using, like it's damn old. It is damn old. Here, I'll send a relic gift. Want a 1933 American literature book? As in, like, you'd send it to me? Don't threaten me with a good time. But here's another interesting. I know it was. Still. But Flame, actually, here's an interesting point that I want to bring up with people. And that is, you know, owning history is not preserving history. History is for everyone. So when you own something and you've just, like, it's your copy of that thing, it's very hard to say that you own a historic thing. You're not necessarily deliberately preserving history, right? You know, like there's a 1933 American literature book. Are you wearing white gloves and in a controlled humidity environment whenever you pull that book out and you go to read it, sort of thing? Also, I'm gonna put up a poll in chat real quick. Let's go. I think it is. Oh, can I? Oh, there we go. Why is that not working for me? It's not opening up. Let's try over here then. Let's try here. Why is that not working? That is super duper weird. That is super duper weird. Oh no, I didn't say you were Flame. I just said it was an interesting point. Alright, so we are going to have our next round of ads coming through right now. And then we're going to start diving into the game. However, I want to put a poll up so that we can vote for what game we want to play today. No, because then people who aren't on the Discord can't vote. And I want them to be able to. Let's see. I wonder if, I wonder if, one of the moderators, could you try and put up a poll, please? Because for some reason it's being a poo on my rig here. It might be because I'm in multi-chat right now. Yeah, so if you could set up a poll, and if you could just put any of the games on the current schedule right now on the poll, that would be absolutely brilliant. What? A game on the chatting stream? Bold move. We'll obviously change the category. Come on now. Not amateur. I will say, we are pretty close to beating Durlag's Tower, so it would be nice to make some headway on that. I'm more likely to try keeping the books as family relics since they've been with my grandpa. 100%, right? And that's, like, you're talking about a family history right there, which is also very important. That's actually very essential. Ez, welcome in. Sorry, I'm just scrolling back through chat. I've probably been missing a ton. And thank you guys so much for making this so amazing. Like, This was something I was actually really worried about doing. Just doing like a just chatting portion of the stream for several hours, basically. I knew I could do it as someone like with conversation points and everything like that, but I think that it is, I think that the games were distracting me from it when it would happen like during gameplay and everything. Like, obviously I'm okay to like just pause the game and just have a conversation, but there were a lot of people that were talking about how they wanted to just have a couple of hours to just have a conversation sort of thing. Someone listens to Audie and it's a success. Strikes again. Audie, it wasn't just you. It was not just you. I had a lot of people in the background just being like, you gotta do this sort of thing. So it's something that has been, I knew what I needed to do. I pulled a Kylo Ren. I know what I have to do, but I didn't know if I had the strength to do it. It was you for, oh, it's true. That much is true. That much is true. I have to warm up my coffee as well. All right, we do have ads dropping. Oh, God, why is Twitch being such a shit? Unfair, welcome in on the YouTube side. Have I played Call of Cthulhu, both the old and the new one? I have not. I have not yet. I do have, oh, crap. I don't want to set this up live, though. I do have overlays, which I've been playing around with. I could make a poll on that. Starting Yapfest, I feel, is always a great... True. Harold, I appreciate that so much. Yeah, I have not actually played Call of Cthulhu yet, Unfair. That is something that is on the... That is on the docket. Because I very much like, you know, pensive games, I guess you could say. Let's see... Okay, so we now have ads running. Oh, it's very unfortunate. Okay, I'm gonna take a break at any rate. So I will leave you guys with the clips. And then hopefully Dragon's got his laptop and Twitch is not being an absolute piece of crap. And we can actually get a poll up for you guys. Again? Really? Right?
That's good, Sigma.
Can you sing? Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to collect foreskin for Dagoth. Yeah, Vivek mole-egged his ball. So much so that it made history. They wrote a book about it. The entire sermon is a prolonged allegory about post-nut Claire. Now, excuse me while I enjoy my high tea. Tastes like aristocracy. Oh, no, I can't. I can't do it. Oh, wait. I love how that's how you're gay. What the fuck?
Suck on a glorious amount of all-American custard! Yeah, goddammit!
These fuck-ass Nords Nerevar, they're injecting the kids with skooma to change their natural Dunmer skin color. Are you telling me someone willingly slept with Amron? That motherfucker has been trying to find his rusty iron sword since the Second Era.
Last words, a guy with a beautiful voice. He makes me melt. Ooh woo. Ooh woo. You're really gonna struggle getting down the mountain otherwise. So we're gonna help you, okay? Okay, are you ready?
Ooh, they knocked the wind out of my balls.
Well, okay, it's not a level 3 unrelenting force, so You want to know the best part about the Hist? Their entire existence is a pun. They're arboreal appearing entities that exist outside of space-time. They see all the timeline, forward and backward. They're Hist trees. God damn it. You want more? You just saw your buddies get killed, man. Did he grabbed my arrow.
I've been looking for you. Got something I'm supposed to deliver. Your hands only.
Dagoth's drawing? All right, I'm scared. I think I'm going to die, but we're going to see how this goes. All right, ran out of stamina and got kicked on the ground a whole bunch.
I will burn this building down. I am underslept. I have 3 hours of sleep. No coffee. The fuck?
This is a trust cannon chat. Ah, I believe I could fucking die! Oh no!
Bye, bud.
In that case, Melly, I'm sorry. No, Melly, why are you doing this? No!
With strength and fervor,
Melly!
is made flowing in the
No!
wind. Cerberus climbs atop him, a new journey now begins. Yamate Cranberry, the greatest horse you'll ever see, galloping with speed and might, now sing along with great delight. Yamate Cranberry, clippity, cloppity, clip. Yamate Cranberry leads us on this trip.
Oh, what have I done? Like, ooh, yay! No. Oh, what the hell? We've slain all the werewolves in this area.
Come over here and kiss me on my hot mouth. I'm feeling romantical.
No, no, no. God damn you. Join the werewolf centipede. They touch tips. They touch tips. You do not have a good friendship in Dwarven kingdoms unless you touch tips. It's a cultural thing. Oh shit, oh shit. That is called thinking you have the upper hand and not actually having the upper hand. Look, man, if you would just wear some socks.
I'm wearing socks right now. I have one sock on and
Yeah,
one sock off.
fishnets.
What's wrong with that? It's still a sock. Shut up.
Fishnets.
It still counts.
Fishnets.
It's still socks. Still socks.
早上好，中国！现在我有冰淇淋，我很喜欢冰淇淋，但是速度与激情9比，冰淇淋速度与激情9，我最喜欢。所以现在是音乐时间，准备1、2、3，2个礼拜以后，速度与激情9 Action 3，不要忘记，不要错，国际的去电影院看速度与激情9，因为非常好，电影动作非常好，差不多一样。冰淇淋再见。
Your local pop punk band, Colon Feeling.
Welcome to Colon Feeling. We're serving up a shitstorm.
10% of the winnings are going towards braiding my glitching taint hair.
What can I do for you?
Lord Farquaad, is that you? Fuck my life. He wants the bran flakes. I know, he can't resist. They have corn and bran. He needs fiber. It's to wash down the human. Little known fact, humans do not have a lot of fiber. Okay, think we got it. As long as I don't get gang banged by the cultists again, I think we'll be okay. No. Why are they humming at me? They're whistling in my ear.
We got a bunch of guys around a car. Oh, look at that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Those-
Yep,
yeah, okay,
yep.
nice.
I see wires. Yep. Mm-hmm.
There's a battery
Yep.
in there somewhere, probably right there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Metal. There's metal here.
Good looking engine, yeah.
Yep.
Good looking engine.
Absolutely. I think there's suspension on this thing.
Yep.
Possibly.
Yep.
Possibly. All right. It looks like The Witcher 2 won the poll. So, let's move over to The Witcher 2. Autumnal, welcome in. I hope that you are having an absolutely fantastic day. All right. So, let me just get ready to move my title over to the Twitch side. Okay, so there we go. All right, we are officially moved over. Some name right with Twitch because the poll took a dozen tries to... Yeah. You all gotta head out, have fun with The Witcher. Flame, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for hanging out. Guys, thank you so much for hanging out for the conversation. I know it is, like, we usually yap on this channel, but it is something that I was a little bit apprehensive to do, honestly. Especially for a couple of hours. This is the longest chatting segment that we've done in the history of the stream, so... Okay, there we go. Game is open. We should be launching right away. And we've been so busy chatting about, like, games preservation and stuff like that. Like, how are you guys doing? How the hell are you guys doing? I haven't heard about your week. Haven't heard about what's been going on in life. Like, how have you guys been? All right. Don't need to watch that cutscene, because we've seen it before. Ooh, my coffee got really hot. It's actually too hot to drink now. All right, let's get our game loaded. Okay, so there's Bring It On. That's our last save by the looks of it. I didn't have a fresh pot, so I understand it's gonna taste like burnt ass. I am fully aware of that fact, but... I needed caffeine, woman! I needed caffeine! Microwave coffee and this... I needed caffeine, man. Do you know how... coffee's actually gotten stupidly expensive. Coffee has gotten insane. I'm actually, like, not okay whenever I go buy coffee. I just look at the beans and I'm just like... And, it's the cheap stuff. So if you live in Canada, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Canadian. If you live in Canada, the Compliments brand, I think in Co-op it's called Sensibles. What's the other one? President's Choice is the other one. So you can get, like, coffee grounds and coffee beans from those brands, and they're supposed to be much cheaper. They're supposed to be much cheaper. They are not much cheaper than, like, Tim's, and, like, they're cheaper, so I still get them. But it's, like, $5. Like, it used to be a margin of, like... It used to be a margin of, like, $10, $15 between, like, a bespoke coffee and the cheap coffee type thing. And now it's at the point of... It's so expensive. It's so expensive. Washing detergents are also crazy. Yep. Everything has gotten stupid. It's gotten stupid. Stupid. It needs to stop. Stop right now. I think it's a real skill that lots of people can stream, but being able to have a conversation about a topic that is thoughtful is a real skill that I think really shrinks the pool of streamers and is more unique than what I thought. Not a knock on streamers and not an insult, it's just something that creates a unique experience. So I would say that the people who watch a Just Chatting stream are truly the people that are there for you. If you're watching a Just Chatting stream as opposed to the stream of a game, you are actually watching because you enjoy that person, you enjoy conversations with that person, as opposed to someone who simply likes the game, right? Because there are going to be people here simply because I am playing Daggerfall, or The Witcher, or The Witcher 2, or Baldur's Gate. And of course, like, they get to know me through the stream and everything. Like, there's a whole thing there, but it is like, the people who are hanging out with me during that Just Chatting segment, like, I'm not gonna be like, oh, you're the realest of the real ones, but you like hanging out with me. You're not here because I'm playing a game, you're here because I'm having a conversation that you think is interesting and you think is important. And that's why I was saying thank you to everyone who was hanging out, because honestly, I didn't know how talking for 2 hours straight was going to go. I didn't. I'm still very, like, it's tough because the stream has grown so much in the time that I've been doing this, but it's very, very, I'm very new to this. I've been doing it for a year, and it's a year and a half at this point, and it's been something that, like, I guess I might exude a kind of confidence, but overall, like, I'm still really trying to learn myself. I'm really trying to learn who I am as a creator and everything. Like, oh my God, Harold. Ah, God. How's my foot taste? It is muffin. It's fucking cursed. It's so cursed. That's why Harold did it. He looked at it and he's like, oh yes. Yes, that is what I will send to him. His reaction will sustain me. You gotta be careful, Dragon. I think Harold would actually cut you. He's crazy. The man's mad as a hatter. Okay, so right now we are doing the Bring It On quest, but that isn't the real quest that we're doing. So right now what we're trying to do is Troll Trouble. So this quest fundamentally is it was a Witcher contract that we got from the township, and there's a troll that controls a bridge over here. And the bridge hasn't been maintained of late, and the town wants to know why. So they just assumed I needed to kill the troll, and then they'll just hire a work gang and they'll maintain the bridge. But the people in the town outside of Flotsam, they don't want that troll to get killed. The troll is actually a friend of the village. They pay a toll to the troll, but then that troll is able to cheaply maintain the bridge, and they aren't beholden to Flotsam. They aren't beholden to the township. So they want me to save the troll without killing it and get the bridge repaired. The troll's wife has been killed. So the troll said, I will stop drinking, because he's an alcoholic now. I will stop drinking and I will start fixing the bridge if you find out who killed my wife. So what we're trying to do right now is we're trying to figure out who killed the troll's wife. And it sounds like someone in the town killed the troll's wife.
Take care of yourself.
So Labinden is this little town here. And it's actually on the other side. So it looks like it's up here. You think Danny DeVito had a curse song about the troll toll? There's an achievement on 360 for being friends with all the trolls found in the game. Interesting. Okay, so that's something to keep in mind then. Oh. So it's like over here, even. Interesting. Oh my god, okay, then it is cursed. Because Danny DeVito in Always Sunny in Philadelphia is absolutely a cursed role. He's hilarious, but... Audie, I was recording the whole thing. I recorded it natively to my PC.
Wanted to see
And before you ask, I had all the alerts and everything quieted down. They didn't get recorded. So there you go. There you go. Okay, so we gotta move over this way. Interesting. Am I on? Okay, so I am on the right path here. Okay, so this appears to... Ah...
We do all know
Sup,
that's
boys?
no squirrel, but an ordinary elf.
He won't know shit. Ears pointy, check. We'll dress the corpse in green and collect an even 100.
Heard Milena makes more than that. I guess robbing the soldier is better business than robbing elves.
I'll not hear of that whore again, got it? Treacherous rag. She'll get what she deserves, won't be long now.
Couldn't satisfy her, eh? Can't fault the girl for being ambitious. And the stiff on the ground is who?
Some spy from Vizima, soon to be our squirrel's grave mate. Laredo told me to get rid of him, and since we've got this vacancy in the boneyard, thought I might do our friend a small favour.
So it's not just the troll, the guy's...
Don't look like no spy.
The elf's wife.
They never
well.
do once they're dead. Oh, almost forgot. Might pay to search him good and thorough before we plant him in the dirt.
You, Dimitri?
Why the fuck do you want to know?
The troll sends his regards.
Kill him. No witnesses.
Say less, buddy. Oh!
Wolves bite the dust!
Alright, easy does it. Okay, we have to be far more tactical in this fight because there's so many of them. There we go, there's one. Right, we are very low on health. I might actually need to prep for this fight. Okay, so I think 6 is Yarden. Okay, Kai, come after me. Come on. Come on. Oh, got hit by an arrow. Oh, Dimitri uses arrows. Interesting. Alright. Okay, so I would take some potions for that fight. I think a potion for that fight would be good. Some rook and some swallow is probably what I will go with. So yeah, let's make our way out of town. Ooh, we have some more ingredients. I did get the ability to parry arrows, but I think... Don't you have to be blocking in order for the parry mechanic to work? I'm fairly certain that is the case.
Take care of yourself.
Alright, now I believe... Yeah, there we go. So that is erudite... Meditation. There we go. Okay, so now we can drink our potions. So let's throw a swallow into the mix. Then I'm going to have a rook. I don't think I need to get my vitality up that high, so I think that is okay. So we'll do that.
Want you to see a
Okay,
vista
so
that-
we have 9 minutes. And I believe it's IRL time. Yeah, so it's like literally the seconds are counting down, so we do have IRL time here. And then we can save our game, since I know where they are. Yeah, it's up this way. There we go. Let's go to the map. Okay, so we're... Oh, wait. Okay, yeah, we're basically right there. So let's go Troll Trouble. Yeah, so we're more or less right there. Burks! Addy, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day, my friend.
But an ordinary elf. Heard Milena makes more than that. I guess robbing the soldier is better business than robbing
Hope the week has been good.
I'll
My
not
week's
hear
been a
of that
complete
whore again.
write-off.
Got it?
So,
Couldn't satisfy
by the
her,
way,
eh?
how's the volume
Can't
for you
fault the
guys?
girl for... And the stiff on the ground is who?
Some spy from...
He don't look like no...
They never...
You, Dimitri?
Why the fuck do you want to know?
The troll sends his regards.
Kill him. No witnesses.
It might just be my audio, but everything seems a little bit loud to me. Come on. Yeah! Oh. Come on. Come on, buddy. Come on, pal. Let's go. Yeah!
Wolves bite the dust!
Woo! Easy. Hello, Dimitri.
Elves to the moon!
Easy. Okay, we're doing pretty good right now. Oh. Okay, we'll place Yurden down. Yeah! Now it's just you and me, buddy boy. Oh, his attack supply a bleed. Okay. Whoa. Yeah! Oh, he resisted it! Oh, spicy. Whoa! Books, do not lose the fight. Okay, so we do have Swallow, which will help us out. There we go. Perfect. Okay, so we're replenishing quite a bit of health. Beautimous. My turn. Oh, I have no stamina. Weird. Go blow for blow with this guy. His blocking is really... Oh! Okay, there we go. That's pretty good. Oh, yeah! Boom! That is what I like. Dimitri is downed. Doing awesome, man. Hope everyone's well. Doing The Witcher. Yeah, dude, this is such a good-looking game. This is an obscenely good-looking game. Gotcha. Okay, so we'll have to up our stamina for sure. Okay, so we do have some other enemies in this area, so let's make sure we're grabbing everything. A report for Thaler. Oh. I'm into it. All right, so we do have some dead Scoia'tael as well. So I believe we can give Buddy some answers about his dead or his missing wife. Also, I know not everyone's a fan of it, but I personally love the screen shake when you attack things. Give me my immersion. Okay, so it's hard to get used to, but I don't mind it. It can be, like, where it gets a little bit difficult for me is when we are in, like, a corner like this, and then the screen starts to do that to me. That is because what the camera shake is doing is it's hitting the environment in that situation. So it gets a little bit jarring there. I could do without that. Queen, welcome back. We have moved on from game preservation chatting to playing a game. And this game, you might not think is a game preservation conversation by itself. But I disagree. So, what version of The Witcher 1, or rather The Witcher 2, is getting preserved? We have an Xbox 360 version, which has actually been fairly poorly preserved, I would say. And then we have a PC version, which is very well preserved, because it's CD Projekt Red. Sort of. So, Queen, I say that the game is the key. So the game is the door, and the key to the preservation conversation. So, through playing this game, I get context, I get stuff to talk about, I get ideas affiliated with games preservation, but the actual act of preservation, I do disagree. To actually preserve a game, that is something where, as you say, playing the game, having passion for the game, is important. But when it comes to the actual practice of preservation, that takes decompilation, that takes source code acquisition, that takes physical media acquisition, that takes museums, right? You've got a museum in Texas specifically for video games history, which if you're in Texas, go. I plan on traveling there. I plan on doing eventually. And especially, if I get to do something like this full time, I would really like to make content for that museum. I would like to go to that museum and be like, hey, look how amazing this place is, so on and so forth. Video Games History Foundation, another great source of preservation, because within a video game, Queen, I'm not just preserving the physical game itself. I am preserving stuff like this. Ancillary media. So stuff like official game guides, Game Informer magazines are also a part of game. Although they do not preserve the game, they preserve the history, a historical context of the game. Also, you guys might be interested in something that I tracked down. I'm gonna have to switch over here for this. You guys remember game maps that were meant to be used with the game? So, yeah, we were, Mrs. Books and I, as I said, we're antique people. And we found a bunch of this old stuff. So, this is also a part of the game's preservation conversation, although it is not the preservation of the game. That needs to be distinctly spoken to in that situation. All right. Let's go to the troll. Yup, I freaking love game maps. GTA Andreas came... And here's the thing, right? They weren't just a game map. They were a map that was meant to be used... Oh, shit! During the gameplay. There we go. Now, where there is one, there is always more. Okay, we always take the sweet ingredients. By the way, Chrysomatic, welcome in on the YouTube side. I hope you are doing well, my friend.
Come on!
Boom! I'm getting really good at killing these lower tier enemies. I will say that much. Alright, so we need to be... Couple hits, nice. I'm doing a low preservation of my own at the moment. So, do you mean like preservation of the games that you like to play? And if that's the case, that is... So, I used to have a bit of a... Maybe a negative opinion of this when I started in the games preservation space. It's where everybody starts, though, right? You preserve what is important to you. So, I really don't want... Oh, food. What are you having? Preservation of personal collections is something that is actually really important. So, where I need to be someone who distinguishes the preservation conversation is, yes, you owning a game provides a potential for preservation, and it is important. It's a part of the equation. It is you owning historic things is not preservation of history. If you're interested in any way in the preservation of video games, you need to decompile your games. You need to try and get source code for your games. You need to work with organizations like Video Games History Foundation and so on and so forth to get your games preserved properly. Because everything has a shelf life. My disc is going to rot eventually. My consoles are going to fail eventually. So I need to, if I'm interested in the historical conversation with those organizations, I don't necessarily need to give it up forever, but I at least need to, like, donate it for a time kind of thing. To think hard work, even game merchandise should definitely be preserved. It's all a part of the story, right? Like how game merchandise speaks to the popularity of a thing, right? How many people own a Master Chief mask?
Give vodka, dwarf.
You drink too much. Your eyesight's shit.
Why, Buck?
I punished your wife's murderers.
Mine?
You'll find what's left of them at the cemetery.
I find...
Will you fix the bridge?
Trolls true.
Make sure your hands are steady when you do it.
No drink more. Head in peace.
I gotta say, I do love this troll. I love this troll. Ooh, some fried pork chops. Oh, canned yams are so good. I love yams. Fitness is very important to me. And, like, I have some health issues that really took control of my life for a while there. So, I am very conscientious about the foods that I eat, because I have to be. If I'm not, I don't do well. So, I've been a lot more conscientious about that kind of stuff, and yams are something that, because I can't have a lot of sweet stuff, sugar is very, sugar's very inflammatory, and my issue seems to have an autoimmune base. So, I can have like a pop a day kind of thing, if I, at most. But yams are something that I can have, and I can have a lot, and they're nice and sweet. They are a sweet potato, right? So that has been something I enjoyed quite a bit. Okay, so what quest are we on now? So we're still... Oh, I have to head for my money. I have to head for my money. Astral, welcome in. I hope you're having a good day, my friend. Hope you're having an absolutely fantastic day. All right, we killed Dimitri. So I think we can start... Everybody knows Astral. It makes me so happy. Muffin, when did you meet Astral? I'm assuming Final Fantasy XIV. Okay, so we can't talk to him, even though I'm pretty sure I found his wife's murderers. Ah, well. It isn't done, not quite. The wife's head you get from finishing out... Whoa! Interesting. Actually, I jumped into their channel, I believe, through a Discord notification from when they... Oh, interesting. Through my Discord. Alright. Alright, so... I think we're talking to Chora.
You'll get 100.
Listen, I made deals with you and the troll. He kept his word. You're trying not to.
I haven't the coin.
Sure you don't want to look a little harder?
What if I don't find any?
Then I'll look myself.
This is robbery. Here, I hope you choke on it.
It's not robbery, we did work. Twitch be a small wheel. It is the smallest big world I've ever been in. 100%. This water's... okay, this water effect is crazy. That's actually crazy. That goes so hard. That's so cool. So, Addy, I don't know if you're still hanging out, but have you played The Witcher 2? I know you haven't played The Witcher 1, but have you played The Witcher 2? Alright, so, I guess, maybe we do Bring It On. Was it Fight Club? King Ziggy. Big Max is strained and wheezed, but The Witcher proved the stronger arm wrest. Okay, so we'll do Bring It On. We'll keep doing Bring It On. So let's see if it gives me anywhere. Oh, okay, perfect. Wait. Oh, so that's actually in Lebinden. Okay, so let's move down. Another sip of coffee. Okay, so let's pop down here.
Take care of yourself.
I believe it's this house at the end.
At your service, Master Witcher.
Yeah, Queen. Or sorry, do you prefer Princess or Queen? Or bruh? Bruh. Astral and I have known each other since high school.
This is not the best time.
I'll come back later.
Okay, so that's probably a meditate until nighttime. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, like if I actually want the head. Oh, okay, gotcha. Alright, is there any way that oh, wow! Not even, interesting. Alright, so I guess I will have to do this autosave here. There. That was a little bit of a soft lock. Okay, so... Let's see. Endrigas were multiplying in the Flotsam area. The monsters had become a scourge that Bernard Laredo, though stingy by nature, posted a bounty for their extermination. The Witcher accepted the job and decided that a little theoretical preparation might pay off. Reading about Endriga's habits would be worth it. Endrigas are very similar to butterflies, except that they are ugly, cannot fly, and would choke on a cabbage. Alright, maybe they are like butterflies, but aren't like butterflies, but they do weave cocoons. The Witcher learned that destroying those cocoons would draw the Endriga queens, and their deaths would mean the end of the swarm. Okay. And then the Necker contract. So Geralt learned that the local Neckers used a system of underground tunnels to move about. He thought that if he could find and destroy all the entrances to the tunnels, most of the Neckers would be buried alive. Those remaining would then likely scatter, making it easier to exterminate them. So I think that I'm going to need bombs. So this is going to me. I think both actually require bombs. So I think looking into some better bomb recipes might be a good idea. Okay, so they do need bombs to blow them up. I'm still... Actually, yeah, a fresh cup would be great. I was gonna say, oh, no, I still have... No, it's microwave. It's 6 hours old, and it's been microwaved, so... It is disgusting. Absolutely terrible. Alright, time to meditate. So let's do noon. Do you enjoy the focus of this game needing everything for combat How do you mean, Dragon? How do you mean? I always had weird taste buds. They never actually liked sweet potatoes. I am a sugar dopamine addict. I will say that I used to be very, so lactase is a sugar in dairy. So if I was a sugar fiend, it would be for dairy. I love dairy. Ice cream, all that stuff, but I can't eat it anymore.
Certainly.
Because of my stomach issues. My body rejects, my immune system rejects the A1 and the A2 protein in dairy. So I can't have dairy.
I've had my fill of this place, and I'll be glad when the blockade is finally lifted.
Laredo won't let you traders out until it suits him. Seems he needs you here for some reason.
What's that supposed to mean, damn it? Is he organizing some international trade fair?
Oh, the fact that every battle includes,
Demavend.
tools, potions, signs,
I tell you.
Demavend's dead. Now, if you don't mind, can we get down to business?
just the, So, okay. I've said this once, I'll say it 1,000 times. My favorite thing, my absolute favorite thing about The Witcher 2 is The Witcher 1. The fact that this game leaned in so hard to everything that The Witcher 1 did and improved it, I think is something that is amazing. Everything I love about The Witcher 2 are the things I love about The Witcher 1. The use of signs for an edge in combat, the improvement of your sword form as you progress, lends itself to the fact that Geralt has lost his memory. It's all absolutely absolutely masterful storytelling on the part of CG Projekt Red. It's very, very, very good, and I enjoy it quite a bit. Let's trade, buddy. Alright, so what I need to get is a formula. So there's arachnid oil, hangman's venom, Maribor Forest, potion. Okay, that's a potion. Potion. So these all appear to be potion recipes. I'm looking for bomb recipes because I'm not sure that the current bomb recipe that I have is going to work.
Youngster screaming in day.
So let's see if...
And how do you find it?
Okay, I can't talk to
Promise me
that
you'll
guy.
get those whoresons, Witcher.
So I wonder...
Welcome to my modest shop.
You are the alchemist. One thing that could be better is how side weapons, etc. are used. Instead of getting these axes, fire pokers, etc. that are useless, it would be nice if they could be something to throw against an enemy, or an axe would be a powerful single-use tool to disable a shield, instead of a worse shield. Or a worse sword, pardon me. I appreciate that the side weapons exist, but would be so nice if they had some utility in supplementing. I agree. I do agree with that.
What do you deal in?
All kinds of incense, mainly. For meditation,
I think that would be a cool thing in The
cooking,
Witcher 4,
making
actually.
medicine, rituals,
Like, just have side
whatever
weapons
you
that you
require.
can just use at random points in the combat. Yeah, definitely something very, very cool. So that's Brock. Okay, I don't know where to find more bomb recipes. Contains information about the Summer Shrine, which enhances the Ken sign. I wonder if the bomb was in some diagrams. So let's see. Let's go back to these guys. Surprised I couldn't talk to this one, though. Yeah, so he has no words for me.
A fine mess you have
Neither
here.
does he.
Dwarves
So this is the only one that I
stealing
can
bread
speak
from the
to.
mouths of honest craft.
So let's see if the diagram... It's essence of water, hardened leather. That's just regular oil, robust cloth. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't appear that I have any more recipes.
Everything all right at the household?
So let's try to meditate then, and I'll see what I have access to. So this is a salmon bomb. Bomb stuns and freezes all within the range. So I can make a bunch of these, and I will. So let's make 4. That's what I thought. That's that. Oh wait, yes, yes. Outside of town. You're right. So let's go see if we can get some recipes from him. Salmon is really good though because it has that stun factor. So it's basically like Ard, if I have to be completely honest. But it doesn't cost stamina, which is nice. So I could use salmon instead of Ard, and then I can do something on top of that, which is absolutely excellent. There's a lot of improvements here already, like the way bombs work, etc. The Witcher 2 has some unique stuff in. Yes. Okay, so where would Cedric be? So there's Cedric might be below now. Okay. Ooh. What's this? Mandrake root. Pardon me, everyone.
Damnation!
Okay, so no Cedric there. Oh, looks like... Yeah, that looks like Cedric. So let's have a conversation, shall we, buddy old pal? Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Cedric is the craftsman for bombs and I think just, conflagration traps and stuff. Okay, crawler, trap wound causes bleeding, conflagration. So these are very expensive. We do have quite a bit of gold, though. Karen Carapace armor reinforcements. Karen trap. So we got Talgar Winter. Drega Gland extract. Well-balanced dagger. Devil's Puffball releases a cloud of poisonous gas. Explodes with fire. Okay, so Dancing Star we want. Essence of Death. Crafting component and alchemy ingredient. Contains Fulgur. Drega Hide. Flare. Upon detonation, illuminates the surrounding area. It's cheap. We'll buy it. Grape Shot. Wounds all within range with shrapnel. Sure, we'll buy that. Bomb releases a cloud of psychoactive gas. Stench Bulb releases a cloud of foul-smelling gas that weakens all foes. Zircanian Sun blinds and freezes all within range. That's decently cheap. Okay, so we should be okay in this situation. All right, cool. I am hoping that once I go into meditation, that I can just make all this stuff. Ah, perfect. All right. So... let's see. I don't want Zircanian Sun. I want Dancing Star. And I can make tons of them. Nice. So I'm going to see if that helps. So, the Neckers are kind of in... I think the Karen's like up here, so I think the Neckers were more like in this sort of area right here. So, let's make our way. Actually, we should save our game. We spent most of our gold, unfortunately, but I don't consider that a bad thing, because we did get a bunch of bombs, which are going to be pretty good for us. Now, I do have to...
Guess they'll never learn.
Okay, there's Igni. Oh, sweet, okay. Okay, so I haven't used any potions, so I really need to be careful not to get damaged too much in combat. I do have better recovery outside of combat, which is good, and I think I just got a vitality upgrade from that. Also a good thing. Okay, so is this... Where are the cocoons? Actually, I should arm the quest. There. That should give me... Oh no. No, no indication of where we need to go. Ooh, nice. I got a level up out of that. Very good. So... This seems to... Ooh. Okay, so we do get some orans off these guys. Okay, so we collected a snare. We'll grab some white myrtle. So, this is where I always encounter the Andrega. So, I should be able to find a cocoon nearby. Oh, that's actually a good number of guys taken down. That must be the Squirtle. Oh, hello. That really took me off the beaten path. Oh. Whoa, hello. Can I take him down with a heavy attack? Yes, I can. There we go. Okay, so they popped out at me here, which means there must be a hidey hole for them. Whoop! Is it just me, or am I getting more skilled in combat with these monsters? Like, not just in terms of gameplay. Like, I feel like Geralt's getting more combos and such. Okay, that was pretty good. But where is their little hidey hole? So we'll grab the snare. I think that has got to be the coolest part about The Witcher, right? It's not, and this is where like the combat being a little bit more movement involved. Like I'm actually engaged actively in the fighting. Oh, they're fighting. Interesting. Okay, there's got to be one down here.
Wonder how many more.
Well, and they keep showing up too, so that tells me there's definitely somewhere in this area. But where? I'm not seeing it. Yeah, like this area, they keep coming. It's gotta be here. It's gotta be here. I'm just not seeing it. Ah, right here. Yeah, that's gotta be it. I think the biggest thing in combat is also just switching up your targets. Okay, he ran away.
Got to blow up this nest.
Do I have to throw the bomb myself? It says destroy nest, and I'm clicking the button, and it's not doing it. So is there a specific bomb that I need that I don't have? Do I need that grape shot bomb?
Got to blow up this nest. Got to blow up this nest.
Alright. Welcome back from ads, everyone. We are trying to figure out how to take these guys down. So I need grape shot, and I made dancing sun. Okay, so let's try and move out of the affected area.
How many more can there be?
Okay, so that's more in Draga. So I have to run back to the safe haven of the city, is what I'm seeing. Okay, so Belize. So is this a cocoon? Oh, it is! So that took down the cocoon. There's another cocoon right here. Oh! You are big. You're very large. Oh, she blocks me. Easy. Oh, there we go. Stay. Oh, that was bleed. Whoa! That was a lot of damage. Okay. I know what I'm doing now, though. Okay, so let's meditate again. Thank you.
You're welcome. I got asked if I wanted to go to Samson again tomorrow, so I'll be out. I just don't know what time.
Okay. All right. We are sufficiently caffeinated. Let's do this. Okay, so now we have alchemy. So let's grab grape shot. Ooh, okay, perfect. So let's just create all that we can. Everything that we can. And let's do Dancing Star. Because I do... Is it Dancing Star? I think it's Dancing Star. Okay. Now, let's drink some potions. So we're going to take Swallow, and we're going to take Rook. Garlic parm breadsticks to go with my... Ooh. I miss pizza. That is the one... Okay, with dairy, I can live without ice cream. I can live without, like... I can just replace ice cream with, like, sherbet and stuff like that. But when it comes to food with dairy in it, I miss pizza. I miss pizza so damn much. And I understand there's vegan alternatives and everything, but I've had just regular pizza. I know what I'm missing. I know precisely what I'm missing when it comes to this stuff. So it's really hard. Yeah, it's just not the same. It's literally just not the same. Okay, so right around here, take all of these, and then we'll do this.
I'm too old for this.
Let's go with Igni here. So there should be a cocoon nearby. So we just need to look for it. It just disappeared. Okay. Ah, okay, right here. So I have destroyed this one. I haven't destroyed this one. So I have to kill the guardians before I do anything else. There we go. Right, and we did level up, so it would be wise to use that level up if we can. It's C. Yeah, I do C. There we go. So what do I want to invest in? I could invest... Let's see what magic investments there are. Enhanced Ard Sign, Enhanced Axii Sign, Destructive Magic next level. What is this? What do we have here? Riposte unlocks the ability to counter an opponent's blow. Position. Geralt no longer takes 200% damage when stabbed in the back. Damage taken through backstabs is 150%. Footwork. Distance covered while dodging in battle plus 100%. I think that... Speed and rigor regeneration during combat is increased. Vitality is increased. Sudden death, chance of instant kill plus 2%. Invincible. Damage reduction. Combat acumen. So I do like the sword combat, so I am going to be investing rather heavily in sword combat. I think that I'm not so concerned with the backstab, but the ability to counter opponents' blows is something that is interesting to me. Footwork would probably be my next choice. Okay, we have the next one right here. Now, cannot save my game. Gotta keep an eye on my health, guys. Oh. Oh, that poison.
You stink.
Come on. Come on. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh my god. Man. Even with all the potions. Interesting. Okay, so what I'm going to do... I think I have a better chance of defeating the enemy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually go after the Neckers. Which I think if I just stick to this area, I will be able to do relatively easily. So let's also, if I can, I'll throw some dancing stars into the mix. So oh, we have some enemies attacking.
Turn up.
Yeah, okay. There we go. Okay, so I do have to go through the Andrega territory anyways. Okay. Well, in that case... There we go. That'll give us a vitality increase as well, so let's save our game. We've taken all our potions, we got the vitality sign. Must bid thee adieu, you have a headache, gonna try sleep. Alright. All good. Sorry, I was in the middle of a fight there. Could we get some goodbyes for Queen in the chat? Thank you so much for hanging out as long as you have, Queen. It really does mean a lot. And I hope that your headache goes away soon. Just a regular one. There we go. Okay, so there is our level up. Do we have any more enemies in the area? Does not appear that we do, so let's take advantage of the level up. So we're going to go with Riposte. Then I'm going to save my game again. And let's find some of these cocoons. I'm getting a little bit cocky. I know I am. Because I also have the boon from the vitality sign. Yes, so here is where the cocoons are. Now, I'm trying to remember. I think it is... Trying to remember. I think it's R. Yeah, I think it's R that I have to hit. Okay, we're just doing all of the save games, everything that I can do.
Damn monsters.
Whoa, there we go. Holy shit, that... Oh, God, she hurts so bad. Woo! Okay. Oh, that's some neckers. Oh, shit. Alright. Let's try and get some vitality. Oh, nice, nice, nice! I knew it! Okay. Why are they on fire? Oh! Okay, I'm just gonna let this happen. Honestly. I'll get my vitality back, I'll just let them fight. Whoa! Hi. Do not die. Do not die. Nice! That was tough. Well, I didn't throw firebombs at them, I didn't think. I swear to God, if I just died from a regular one after that, I'd lose my mind. Actually, it stands to reason that is within the realm of possibility. Greater vitality. Ooh. A greater vitality mutagen.
Yes, hello, I'm very sorry to bother you, but do you mind saving
I'm
your
on
damn
it, I'm
game?
on it! I'm saving my damn game! Okay, so now it is the neckers that I'm after. Grab as much as we can. Right, so this is the zone that they're within. So now I just have to go find the nest. Yeah, this is one of them. Right, can I destroy this one? Come on. Come on. There we go. Okay, that is one nest down. I'm going to collect this snare. Right, let's save our game. We destroyed a nest. Now I need to find others. So that was one. I've got 3 minutes left on my potion, so I'm kind of on the clock here, guys. Oh, the close of that distance was really good. Go. There we go. Nice. Okay. Is there a nest nearby? And if there is, where is it? There was one area where there was like 3 of them back to back to back. Perfect. Okay. I think it was... I know it wasn't in this area here. I know it wasn't around there. I took that one down. This took me to the asylum. Sorry guys, I'm just locking in right now. Where? Oh, is that... There must be multiple queens as well. Yep, I see cocoons.
Macera.
There's more than one. Ghoul, welcome in. I hope you're having a good day, my friend. Okay, we are low on potions, though, so can I take... I barely got through that one queen. Oh! We had another warrior. There's 3 queens in total, alright. So I'm going to need to stock up way more. They're actually very difficult. Alright, so we did save after we took that first queen down, though. I believe... Where was this? Yeah, so right after I took down the Necker. So... We'll collect that trap. Doing pretty good. I got some new books. This week was a bit of a write-off, Ghoul, honestly. I had to cancel most of the streams this week. Work was waking me up at 3 in the morning every day. And I was, like, it was just a battle every single day, just to have a life outside of work. So that was tough. But, yeah, yesterday I was planning on streaming. But unfortunately, that ended up not happening because my parents have been without power or water for a couple of days now. So they were asking like, hey, can we come over? Can we partake of your air conditioning and your functioning water and everything? And of course I wasn't going to say no to them, but that was kind of put a kibosh on the stream, which I was very much looking forward to. Speaking of which, I just need to make sure that I'm not getting a text message from the fam jam here. God, there's so many notifications on my phone. Nope, we are good. We are good. So we got attacked right around here by a bunch of neckers. And that leads me to believe there should be a nest very, very close by. And I cannot find it for the life of me. Okay, this is my one thing. And of course, it's like this in real life, so it's not really a valid complaint. But things really blend in this game. Like, I guess with, like, how good the shadows are and everything, like the browns and the greens and everything, everything just really blends in, and it's sometimes tough to discern things in the environment, which can be a little bit difficult. Which, I guess, it's kind of funny, lending itself to the yellow paint conversation that a lot of people like to have. In a game like this, honestly, sometimes you need it. Sometimes you need something to be like, hey, I'm right here. That thing you've been looking for the last 2 hours? Yeah. Really could have used an X marks the spot. Would have been nice. There we go. Absolutely. Honestly, I think the forest is the only area that's like this. But yeah. It's just, I'm speaking to my current experience, right? Like, this is what I'm currently going through within the framework of the game. So it's something to speak to, right? I'm actually surprised how...
Guess they'll never learn.
I'm surprised how well I did with that queen, my first interaction with her. Like, I chunked her to, like, quarter health with no potions on me. And I didn't die until, like, near the end. I didn't really even take a hit until near the end. And we're out of combat as well, so let's take advantage of these out-of-combat situations, because we do have really good regen outside of combat. And to your point, Nimloff, this looks fantastic. I don't want this game to look worse or anything like that, but oh man, this is... I have complaints for a spoon mage. What is your complaint for management? What can I do for you? This is HR Cap. What can we do for you? By the way, guys, I do have to say that in the Discord, if you guys have any issues, like, just tag a mod. I do need to do an information page, I think, where the mods are listed. So, like, just the community moderators. I think I need to do an info page for you guys, so you know who your moderators are. Because in chat, it's pretty obvious. Green sword, green axe, it's a moderator. But on Discord, it's not always super evident. There were no donuts in the break room. I don't think this MLM is going to succeed. I'll make it succeed. There is coffee, though. There is coffee. What is up here? This is an area to climb up into. Orens! Money and leather. Money and leather. What was happening in this little hidey hole? Okay, so there's some Brionia, which we do need. Because I think that Dancing Star, pardon me, Dancing Star uses Brionia. On the server, the color needs to be changed for the mod roll. Since it's a slightly dark... Ah, I see. Gotcha. But yeah, just even like an information page just to let people know who's who kind of thing. Let's collect this trap. Alright, there's the asylum. I don't think there were any neckers in the asylum. Just gonna collect this trap here. I could have sworn, like, right by the asylum there was, though. This area always has neckers in it. Like, I don't know how I'm not finding a single nest. That's actually wild. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, no. 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 And now we can see the city. Did that destroy the nest? Oh, sweet, I was able to plant one. Nice. Very nice. Okay, so we got one right by the city. Okay, so we are still technically in a fight according to the game. There's another one.
Damn you.
Get him, get him. Nice. Right. Oh! Nope. He's marching away. Right, can we... No, we can't. Oh, there's a couple. Sweet. Destroy that one, and then while we have some respite, let's destroy this one too. Is there a third one? Ah, okay, awesome. Save game. Necker contract has been completed. Let's get some money from that. So we'll take the ingredients. Absolutely, I'm a working voice actor, Spoon Mage. Yeah, shoot me a DM on, I don't know, !Discord in the chat. You can, I can shoot you over my demo, if you'd like. But I am 100% down for voiceover work. Absolutely. And especially if it's a member of the community, I'm more than happy to do that. Okay, so let's see. Okay, let's grab some orens off of the people who've been taken down. You're getting way too close! Pepper spray! So there's the other one. So yeah, a bunch of Scoia'tael arrows. Okay, so let's save our game. There we go. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay, so the Necker contract is complete. So now we just have the Andrega Queens. So that was the first queen that I took down. Where would the other one... I've come across it by accident as well. Like, I really should make a note of the area of the map. Oh, come on, let's grab it. There we go. Oop, nope, there we go. I think it was like right around here. There we go.
Damn it.
I do have to make more use of the fast form. That is one thing I will say I'm kind of failing on right now. Little more use of the fast form. When you do the off-camera work for the 360 port, is the plan to make the exact same decisions as on PC? Not necessarily. I want it to be organic, guys. We're going to, yeah, as Dragon is alluding to, we're doing 2 playthroughs of The Witcher 2. One of them is on the 360 port, and then one of them is on the PC port. And the specific reason for this is that it's for the game preservation conversation. You know, is The Witcher 2 preserved as well if we do not have both versions of the game? It's a conversation to be had. It's not necessarily one that everybody is 100% invested in, because to them it's like, okay, like, yeah, the graphics are different, whoop-de-frickin-do. But really, in terms of the game, it is a part of the history of the game. That the fact there was a 360 port, the fact that these things were available to us. And this is kind of the granularity you get into with history. I noticed that you have backseat gaming allowed. In that case, you need to go that way. No, that way. Keep flipping around. Now go the other way. Neil, I say this with love. Shut up. Backseat gaming is allowed, but I'm still allowed as the streamer to tell you to... Oop. Yeah, exactly. F you with love. Here we are. Here we are. Now, this is not an environment that lends itself nicely to my advantages. Okay, so this is... I think this is the cool thing about The Witcher 2. It's something that is different from The Witcher 1. Kind of. So, I just noticed that we are in an area where we're going to have a big fight taking place, and it's going to be against a Queen Andrega. So, knowing that fight is coming, I can meditate. I can do my alchemy, I can drink my potions, and I can make sure that I am as ready for that fight as I possibly can be. I can prep my signs. This is a very, very deep combat mechanic, and I think that is... It's not perfect. I think that's why they didn't stick with it, but I still think it's really, really cool. I think it's really, really cool. So you're witchering your Witcher heavily. Absolutely I am. Absolutely I am. Okay, so let's... I couldn't take... that makes me... It's not full toxicity. Let's do some lapwing. Let's do some lapwing. We can't take any more. There we go. Okay, that was interesting, actually. Okay. So Geralt did a different animation. So the first animation, when we drank a potion, he did this. He was like, okay, I'm sweating, I need to meditate. This time around, he did a He did like a whole neck pop kind of thing. Like, it didn't affect him as much. Interesting. Okay. Dancing Star. We don't have enough ingredients. So we need something. What is that ingredient? Okay, so we don't have... Interesting. I believe it was, I can't remember. Oh, I think it was a mineral that we had. What about grape shot? Okay, so we can make some more grape shot. Geralt is buffing. Yeah. So we can also do maybe some Falca's blood. So because it increases my sword damage. So let's do some Falca's blood in preparation as well. Stench bulb. Zeracanian. Ooh, we could do some let's do some Zeracanian sun. Is that blinds and freezes all within range? I'm gonna try making a couple of Zeracanian suns. We're gonna give that a shot. And then can't make any salmon. Okay, I think I'm happy with that. Okay, so potions are active. Now let's get... Falca's blood would be probably... I want to say... So these are all my formulae. Would it be right? Yeah, okay. So we do have some Falca's blood. So let's do some Falca's blood on the silver sword. And then... let's save our game. So, Yrden is the sign that kind of benefited us the most. And I know what I was forgetting. We need some booms. So let's do some salmon. I want to see what that does. Grape shot might be good as well, but I don't know that for a fact. Yeah, not on the silver sword!
I'm too old for this.
That summons the boogeyman. What? Save the game. Come on. Missed me. Whoa. Oh, didn't launch my sign. Whoa! Whoa! All right. That wasn't going terrible, though. I think that was mostly on me. I think I definitely could have salvaged that. Okay, so Yrden is definitely the way to go. But I think the choice of salmon for my bomb. I want to see what Zeracanian's son does. Oh!
I'm too old for this.
Alma, welcome in. I love the question of the day too, because like the whole thing for me in the stream is I love the conversations with you guys. It's really why I do what I do. Is I love the community, and I love having these conversations about the importance of video games, really. And what it means to us. Like, why is games preservation important? It's because of our love of the medium that makes these things so amazing. Oh, that was that was the wrong bomb. Interesting. So it's still keeping. Okay, well, whatever. We'll make it work. Come on. Okay, that attack in particular is like a one-shot on me. That's insane damage. That is absolutely immense damage. We can do it, though. We can definitely do it. I believe. Alright, we might as well just throw all of these in my pockets then, and just whatever shows up, shows up. We can do it. We can rebuild him. Absolutely. Yeah, so Falco's blood on the sword, that's great. Insectoid oil. Ah, okay. Yes? Okay, we'll do insectoid oil, because the increase of damage of 20% might be a little bit better. I think also draw... It's tough. Like, what is a, The things were too small. What is the thing that is too small, Alma? Actually, okay, let's read this after.
I'm too old for this.
Oh shit. Hi. Alright, that took the warrior down. Do we have any more coming after us? Hopefully not. Okay, I do have to... Let's get this party started. Okay, I feel a little bit better about this area. Come on! Come on, hot mama, let's go. Oh, she won't come out? Come on. Let's go. Come on, come on. Let's go. I might be able to use this to my advantage. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking, Dragon. When we had the Bone Walker that wouldn't go through the door.
Wonder how many more will turn up.
Come on. Oh, that was a lot. Oh my god, that poison. That poison is immense. Alright, I'm gonna switch to a different sign, too. Come on. Alright. Let's do Grape Shot. Can I not throw Grape Shot? Oh! That was cocky. That was too cocky. Okay, so she only fights within that area. All the icon things can barely see the power sign. Ah, I see. Honestly, I haven't really had a problem with it. It's been okay for me. Oh, interesting. I get both.
I'm too old for this.
Whoa! Oh, there's two of them. All right. Okay, game. Okay. Come on. Come on. Let's go. Come on, come on, come on. Okay, let's not get poisoned here. Come on, come on. Let's go. Oh! Shoo! Sheesh. Okay, I am going to have to plant a sign a little bit closer, I feel. Okay. Yeah, it's fine, it's fine. We're fine. I like this. I like where we're at. Come on. In you go. Go. Whoop. Easy does it. Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah, juicy.
Come on!
Come on, I'm right here. Kill me. Come on.
Oh, shit. Okay, no, she did. She did. She killed me.
Come on.
All right. Sammy, welcome in. Video games, I think, have helped people feel more accepted in our society. I know gaming wasn't as big when I was a kid, and a lot of gamers would get made fun of, but now I see gamers getting along with all sorts of cliques. I feel like between anime and video games, the lines between major clique groups, say in high school, got a lot more blurred. Sammy, I would definitely recommend that you think back to, I believe we're around the same age, I'm 30, when Skyrim came out. It's exactly what you're talking about. That blurring of the lines between all the different groups. I remember, because I was always like a nerd, I hung out with the goths in high school. I normally didn't have like the sporty kids talk to me. And all of a sudden, Skyrim comes out, and all the kids who are super into sports, they're like, hey, we haven't talked lots, I understand, but like, I'm trying to like get to this part of Skyrim, and I know you're super into video games. Could you give me some pointers maybe? And it was, my mind was just like, it was insane. And it was amazing. It was absolutely amazing. And we're definitely going to see that happen more and more as the video game medium becomes more and more respected.
Damn it.
Okay, get him shocked, and then... There we go. Charge me! Woo! Yeah, baby! Come on. Let's go. Oh, God. Woo! Oh, damn. Damn! Bacon, welcome in. It's like the meme adage of, why do you game/read? Why live one life when I can live hundreds through those media? You know, it's kind of interesting that you mentioned that, Muffin, because I think that video games, one of the coolest things about role-playing games are one of my favorites, right? I can choose to live out my personal mores through the world of a video game. Or I can choose to completely reject my general way of being by playing a video game. There's lots of super interesting ways that we can interact with ourselves through the medium of video games. So you're saying, why live one life when I can live hundreds? I think that video games are a way for us to not necessarily live a life that isn't ours, but to explore ourselves in very, very deep ways. Role-playing games are a way to do that, but it's also like, who am I when I get frustrated? Who am I when I get frustrated? Who am I when I get sad? Who am I when it's me against the world? Who am I when someone else needs me? Video games are an absolutely amazing way for us to explore all of those different ways that we are ourselves. Sorry, I'm gonna be a little less thoughtful while I get the shit kicked out of me. Oh my god. Oh god. I see video games as much more immersive experience as reading a good book or watching a movie or a TV show, but the interaction aspect of video games makes them better in my honest opinion. I think that I put video games on par with books. I put video games on par with books because books force you to be. What do I mean by that? A book is something that forces you to just sit down and engage with it. A video game is something that forces you to sit down and engage with it. Where a book and a video game are different is that a video game is giving you a visual analog that you can interact with. You don't have to use your imagination in the same ways. But that's not true for every video game. Text-based adventures, very, very much an imagination-based thing. RPGs that are a little bit older, like Baldur's Gate, for example, if you're speaking to your companions, you don't always get a super, like, sit down, have a cup of coffee, immersive conversation cutscene with them in the vein of, like, Dragon's Age sort of thing. I find movies and shows rarely immersive. There are some, sure, but very few that actually draw me in. And that is going to be a personal... That's going to be a personal caprice sort of thing. But I absolutely believe it is the case that a video game and a book are thing... Like, you have to be really comfortable just stewing in your own juices. Honestly. Like, to put it very bluntly, you have to be very comfortable just... Especially in an RPG. Sitting with what makes you tick. Sort of thing. I play video games because I don't have enough time to read books anymore. I mean, if you weren't playing a video game, you'd be reading a book. Right? It's what you make time for. It's what you make time for. But, unfortunately, we do only get so much time. So, some of us would rather play a video game than read a book. I will say, with The Witcher, this is a game that is made better through reading the books. Let's go.
Shit, you stink.
Yeah! You tell her, Geralt. Oh, God. Oh, I'm bleeding all over you. Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay. Whoa, that was a cheap shot. I call bullshit. Alright, I'm gonna let myself heal a little bit. I have trouble imagining and understanding descriptions in books. I just read Dune, and having watched the movies was a game changer. I would say that's a muscle, personally. I think that, I think that you have to experiment with your imagination. I think that's a very good way to put it. You have to Oh, she heals too? No! No! You're not allowed to heal, only I'm allowed to heal. This is some bullshit. Some bullshit. Alright, I'm gonna rock Igni. Okay, Samum. Igni. Don't throw up on me. That's offensive. Oh, that was... Okay, I think that's the combo. I think I'm gonna roll with that. I think it's gonna be a Salmon Bomb and Igni. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Quen is only when I am not fighting back, though, right? Sure, we'll rock that. Okay, let's get some stamina back. Come on. Oh, I guess for as long as the sign's going. Interesting.
Wonder how many more will turn up.
Okay, I have to try and maneuver a little bit more, too. Whoa! Okay, hi. Oh! Eight. There we go. he is stressful, man. Oh, boy. Oh! Oh, yeah! That was a complete accident, but I'm taking full credit for that accident. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, Sammy, this is a very hard game. Yeah, this is a very hard game. The hardest difficulty is permadeath. Yeah, exactly. It's a difficult game, but it's so rewarding. It's very fun. So this game is... Where The Witcher really shines is in its immersion. So you'll notice a lot of the prep that I was doing. So everything above me, so like right there, these are all potions that I've taken. Potions have time limits. Blade coatings have time limits. So based off the enemy that you're fighting, you're going to take different potions, you're going to apply different buffs to your weapons, you're going to wield different, like, bombs and stuff like that. There's all sorts of different tools that you use to fight your enemies. And I think that is one of the coolest things about this game. This is one of the most gameplay immersive experiences that I've... The Witcher 1 is the same thing. Very gameplay immersive. The gameplay and the actual questing and everything synergize really, really well. They're really, really good at doing that with these games. Okay, so we have to head back to the village. So, Sammy, I haven't played 3, and I hadn't played 1 either. So, this is a huge blind spot for myself as a gamer. And something that getting into the games preservation movement has shown me... Oh, I didn't start with 2. I played 1 before this. So, one thing that the games preservation movement has shown me is that I can't just advocate for the games that I have always liked. I need to be open to having new experiences. I need to be open to showing the organic growth of affection for certain games that can be had. So the Witcher franchise is one that my community really, really advocated for stridently. And my moderator, Dragon, especially, really said, like, you have to... You have to play that. You have to play this game. And I like my RPG experience, I was very into like isometric CRPGs. I was very into like the Elder Scrolls type games. And they were like, okay, like I understand like this is what you love, but I really want you to give these games a chance. I really want you to see what these games are about, because you haven't played them. The Witcher 2 was the one game in the franchise that I had played when I was a kid. I played it on the Xbox 360. But I hadn't played 1, and I still haven't played 3. So opening myself up to that experience has been absolutely incredible. It's been... I've said it once, I'll say it 1,000 times. I fell in love with the Witcher franchise after playing 1. I absolutely fell in love with these games. And that isn't something that I'm bringing into my stream before you guys ever knew me. I'm having this kind of... I'm acquiring this love as opposed to already having it. And it's so cool that you guys are kind of with me on this ride as I am learning these games and as I'm coming to grow in my affection of them. And what's interesting to me is it's like which one's going to be my favorite? I'm actually super interested. It's like, okay, is 3 going to be my favorite? Because 3 is a lot of people's favorite. Is 2 going to be my favorite? Am I gonna love one more than the others? I really can't say, and that's something that I'm learning as I go. I'm learning as I walk through the world. After finishing The Witcher 3, I tried Skyrim, and after 2 hours I said, what the F is that? Skyrim is, in terms of the Elder Scrolls, I would say that Skyrim is one of the... I call it a fast food RPG. And I don't mean that in an offensive way, right? Like, fast food is good. That's why people eat it. Fast food is very delicious in a lot of ways. It's hyper palatable, though. And the problem with Skyrim is that it's a game that tries to appeal to everyone. Skyrim is a game that tries to be everyone's game. And I think that is where a lot of people get offended by the fact it's not Oblivion, by the fact it's not Morrowind, right? But that doesn't mean it's a bad game. That doesn't mean it's a bad game. It's a game that's really not for... that. It's a game that's really... I think that Skyrim is a game that people had to sit with to realize that they really didn't like it. When it came out, it changed the world. I was kind of mentioning when Sammy dropped in that it is a game that brought people together in a really big way. I had like sporty, popular kids talking to me as a nerd for the first time ever because they were playing Skyrim. Like, it was that big, guys. To talk about how big Skyrim was when it released is like, it was a cultural moment in the world. It really, really was. And at the time, I wasn't really plugged into like gamer conversations, so I just liked the game. But when I got plugged into like game communities, that's when I realized it's like, oh, like not everybody loves Skyrim. And I started like diving into it, and now the earlier entries in the Elder Scrolls franchise, they're my favorites. I love Morrowind. I love Oblivion. I've just recently acquired a rather significant love for Daggerfall. I really, really enjoyed that game. So Skyrim is probably one of my least favorites in the franchise at this point. But when I need to just relax, Skyrim is a really good game for that. Skyrim is a game that a lot of the gamers who have a problem with Skyrim, they want games to demand something of them in terms of effort, in terms of engagement or something. But Skyrim, in its hyperpalatability, in the fact that it is a game for everyone, it sometimes misses the mark in a lot of the ways that people want to interact with games, especially RPG fans. But I think that if I just want to go to Blackreach and I just want to vibe, if I want to be just a hyper-powered, insanely strong like melee fighter or mage or stealth archer, I can do that in Skyrim. But it doesn't feel the same as Morrowind and Oblivion. It doesn't feel the same as Daggerfall, so I'm not as into it. The leveling system, for example, is very, very simplistic kind of thing. And I would argue, a lot of the people who are like, oh, Skyrim sucks, Bethesda's not the same. It's like Bethesda has always given us games that are, from a design perspective, objectively bad. The thing is that prior to Skyrim, it didn't matter. You had games that were just objectively buggy, and the mechanics were obtuse, and they like you had to be a dyed-in-the-wool RPG lover to really love those games. But the worlds were so immersive, and so cool that it didn't matter that it had really obscure mechanics. It didn't matter that it was just an extremely different kind of experience, because you got something that was just incredibly vibey. And that's the best way I can put it. It was very vibes. When you go into Morrowind and the music and the environment all kind of wash over you, you just, like, I sometimes I turn on Morrowind now and I'm just like just listening to the music and just looking around the game world, just going to Satanin and just looking around, and you just go, this is art. Like, this is just so good. And Skyrim did that too. Skyrim gave you an extremely vibey world. It gave you an extremely immersive environment. And actually, objectively speaking, in terms of like environmental design, it's actually it's an improvement. It is. But a lot of the things that made Elder Scrolls games special, like the leveling systems, that made them weird, like, that's the one thing Skyrim isn't. Skyrim doesn't feel strange. Oblivion felt strange in a lot of ways. Morrowind definitely felt strange in a lot of ways. Even Daggerfall felt strange in a lot of ways. Skyrim felt like, if you didn't slap the Elder Scrolls moniker on that game and you told me that I was playing an RPG in Scandinavia somewhere, I would believe you. That's where a lot of people were like, this doesn't feel... Elder Scrolls is... When I say the feel of an Elder Scrolls game, it's weirdness, right? Argonians, Khajiit, the Slowed, Man and Myr, all being together in the same environment, and then having environments that are also extremely strange. The lore of stuff like Black March and everything like that. Bacon, 100%, but that doesn't mean that people didn't have their opinions. Lore-wise, it is completely consistent. Skyrim being a Norse land, completely consistent. But a lot of people were like, it's not the Shivering Isles. It's not Satanin. It's not Vardenfell. It's not Solstheim. Right? They were like, I want just an extremely strange experience. That's what Elder Scrolls did. Right? Uncle Sweetshare in Morrowind, right? Just such a weird character in a game. You get a lot of this stuff within early Elder Scrolls games, and Skyrim felt like kind of a simplifying of that. Whereas, like, taking it back to The Witcher, this consistency here in vibe, in feel, I feel like this is definitely a continuation and a betterment, frankly, of The Witcher 1. Everything I love about this game, I loved about the first game, even though they were mechanically actually quite different. But I would argue they can't really get too crazy at this point in the franchise because of the already well-established lore. They've retconned stuff in the past. I'm not disagreeing with you, Bacon. I'm not disagreeing with you. I think that Bethesda's trapped. I think that no matter what they do with the Elder Scrolls 6, people are going to... You're going to have the Morrowind diehards who are going to be unhappy that it's not Morrowind. You're going to have a lot of people... Hello. You're going to have a lot of people that are just mad that it took 15 years. They're going to be in a difficult spot. They're in a difficult spot. And I do not envy the Bethesda team that is developing the Elder Scrolls 6. But I think the way that you could win fans back over is to show them that weird world. Take them somewhere really fucking strange. That is where the Elder Scrolls shines. Take them somewhere alien within a fantasy context. Take them somewhere like Black Marsh. And don't do the Elder Scrolls Online kind of thing where it's just like, yes, puppy. This is my corgi. This is Quinn. Take them somewhere really, really odd like Black Marsh or Orsinium. Orsinium could be really, really cool. Take them somewhere really odd, and I think that will make up for the wait. Valen would be cool. Elsewhere would be really, really cool as well. I would say anywhere where the main race isn't humanity. Take them somewhere with the beast races. Take them somewhere with the Mer. And I think you could have a really, really strong outing. In the video Why Skyrim, they said that Skyrim is a game where you can pick up and mechanically understand with a single look. That's why the game is so vibey. You don't you don't worry about understanding the game, you just need to explore it. Yeah, 100%. I think that is, it matches my notion of a fast food. Right, everything at a McDonald's is optimized and it just works. It might not be good for you. It might not be your cup of tea, but it works. And that is Skyrim. And love it or hate it, and I would say a lot of people have this kind of posthumous hate of Skyrim.
Take care of yourself.
That is where that comes from, definitely. The race I play each time I play an Elder Scrolls game is a casual. I am a Bosmer guy. I start my first playthrough, I almost always do a Dunmer first. Because I was that edgelord, like, goth crowd kid kind of thing. So I used to be like the Dunmer guy, like, oh, I'm the dark elf, I'm the dark, mysterious, misunderstood guy in the game. But at this point, I do Bosmer. I'm a dirty dex guy. I like my stealth archer kind of experiences. Okay, so it must be a house then. It must be a house. Yeah, I think it's gotta be this place. Dunmer superiority, we step on. Okay, so he must be upstairs. But I think the fact it's been 15 years is where a lot of people are, like, no matter what it is. I'm getting you out of bed, buddy.
I've brought some Necker remains as proof of...
I know what they prove, Witcher. The reward is yours.
Sweet. Let's get another one.
I solved your worm problem.
I believe you, but the Commandant...
Are remains proof enough?
Quite. Here's your coin.
Seeing his eyes like this is trippy. Oh, who? Geralt? It's okay, you're getting a treat. I would say, like, I really love Geralt's look in this game. There you go. I think Geralt looks fantastic in this game. I would actually argue, I think this is probably... Like, Geralt in The Witcher 1 is objectively the most, like, Geralt-looking Geralt. But, yeah, like, The Witcher 1 is probably the most book-accurate version of the character. Like it or hate it. But in terms of, like, a persona that people are familiar with, I think that this Geralt is... I mean, it's an in-between point, right? It's an absolute in-between point. Joe Dre, welcome in. It's a great in-between point, and I like this design. And we're probably going to get to play with his hairstyle and everything later, but... Handsome Geralt is for Gooner Gamer only. Yeah, but it's a W Goon. There's W Goons and L Goons. And Handsome Geralt is a W Goon. Fortunately, I never went back to play it. I played the original Skyrim for so long, never having touched any of the other games, that when I finally went to play Oblivion and Skyrim's DLCs, you got the ick. Interesting. Interesting. I would definitely recommend, like, Sammy, I'm an Elder Scrolls stan. I'm an Elder Scrolls stan. And I really advocate for the older Elder Scrolls games. They're fantastic, but they do take a little bit of effort on the players. Like, it's not an optimized everything sort of game like you have with Skyrim. And actually, the version of Skyrim that I played on the PC for the Dagother Follower mod, but I generally play my Skyrim on my 360. I almost always do the 360 version for Skyrim. And if we do a playthrough of Skyrim, honestly, I might just do my 360 version. Like, I know there's people who love the Dagother Follower mod and stuff, but I think, like, if I was trying to take a games preservation perspective to it, I'd play the 360 version. I want to play them eventually, but I've come to realize I'm actually really bad at playing. That's fine, but you don't have to be good. I suck at video games. Ask chat, I suck at video games. I'm not good in terms of, like, skill-based gameplay. I'm not. I just immerse myself, and I just enjoy. Alma, Alma, thank you so much for tuning in. It was great to have you. Could we get some goodbyes for Alma in the chat? No, I don't. Astra, you did so well with Dead. I don't know. I don't think I did. But if Astral, who is one of the most skilled gamers I've ever known, says that I'm halfway decent at a video game, then maybe I'm okay. Maybe I'm okay. Okay, let's look at our quests now. Let's see where our journal's at. Okay, so we have Bring It On. We've got the Karen, Indecent Proposal. When the dust at the gallows had settled, Laredo invited Geralt for a talk. Even if we ignore the fact that witchers, like troubadours and scholars, never refuse free board, it was a good occasion to feel out the commander. Geralt accepted the invitation. Well, let's go for an indecent proposal then. I want to see how this goes, but I genuinely think Fallout 3 is better than Fallout. Ooh, that is some fighting words. I will say Fallout 3 was really fun. Now, if you're asking what my favorite Fallout games are, it's the CRPG Fallouts. It is absolutely the CRPG Fallouts, but
I tell him, I'm taking
I would say Fallout 4 is probably my least favorite.
What did he say?
He said there's a third.
So what I have to go here?
And his hand inched towards his knife.
What then?
He got a bolt in the back. Too bad he turned
Laredo's residence in the evening.
What? The Commandant wanted to see me.
Leave your weapon here.
Guard it with care. It's very valuable.
Wait, Wolf. I need to talk to the Commandant too.
You're going inside or not?
Listen, friend. I'm an officer and you're a runt. And when I say jump, you will not only...
Come on, Roach.
The poor ones are...
That reminds me of the Grinch's voicemail.
From a drunk lumberjack.
If you miss so much as one syllable, I'll hunt you down and gut you like a fish. Leave your message at the beep. That is Vernon Roche. That is Roche's energy. I just felt way more post-apocalyptic than New Vegas ever did. New Vegas was New Vegas was a lot less fallen civilization. New Vegas did weird shit. New Vegas was that retro-futurism kind of game. New Vegas did retro-futurism a lot better. But when it comes to Fallout 3, I agree they did dystopia a lot better. They both have their strengths, right? They both have their strengths. Oh, yeah, forcing me to play Legend of Dragoon. Yep. Fallout 3 has the distinction of being released first. I think New Vegas is more well-written. I agree, well-written, yep. But Fallout 3 is like a big dumb summer blockbuster that you always stop to watch, and then boredly flip. I think that both of them have, like, again, a game doesn't have to blow your socks off in terms of narrative to be good. Some games providing you a nice sandbox to just walk around in is enough. It is absolutely enough for a lot of people. So I think that I don't subscribe to the idea of this isn't good, this is good kind of thing. I accept people's assessments of what they do and they don't like. But what I invite people to do is to have thoughtful, and this is what we're doing, right? We're having thoughtful conversation on what we enjoy about those worlds. And we can disagree. It's okay. You don't have to like what I like. But I think that in my explaining what I like, I might convince you to give it another try and maybe to have a bit of a different perspective on it. Question, what art style do I like most in games? Like, your eyes will feed on that art. For me, I love pixelated art style like Dead Cells and Blasphemous. I don't go for a particular style, I go for a feel. And I like solemn feeling games. I like Dark Souls. I like The Witcher 1. I like Morrowind. The very solemn, lamentatious almost feel of those games is excellent. Absolutely excellent. But then also, I do enjoy, my favorite game is Fable, The Lost Chapters. That is my favorite game of all time. And that game, one might say that there's a whimsy to it, but I would say it's whimsy in the same way that the Brothers Grimm is whimsical, right? There is a distinct, like, when you go into certain areas of the Heroes Guild and you hear that Gregorian chant just resonating through the hall, playing around you, you cannot help but feel that you're this big in a world that is just so big and has so much history. And that is one of the biggest reasons that Fable and Fable 2, but mostly Fable The Lost Chapters, are my favorite games. I love that vibe. Absolutely love that vibe. Hello. Yes.
What does she get?
She gets one of the cyclosporin and then a half tab of the steroid.
Half tab?
Yeah. You hated Fable 3? Hated. A lot of people did. I don't actually think it was that terrible of a game, but I think it fundamentally misunderstood what Fable was about. It put Fable on rails in a way that people were not
He
open
succeeded
to.
so far, Roach.
The port is rotting away, and this prick throws fire. A ballista! The bastard's got a ballista. You know the power of this weapon. Its arms strengthened with bronze plates and strung with horsehair. It can propel heavy bolts up to a mile away.
Yeah, an experienced crew can release 2 bolts each minute.
A long
but it can't
time
hit the
ago,
same
Mole.
spot
A
twice
long
because it
time ago,
recoils
but
and
yes.
shifts. I've heard that somewhere before.
Where did you learn about ballistae?
I knew someone who knew a bit about them.
Unimportant. We need to damage it if we don't want to be at Laredo's mercy. They're all drunk here now. I'll provoke the guard.
Relax, Roach.
I
don't want to
highly
fight this
recommend
rebel
playing
again.
Fable 2.
As long
I
as that
highly
weapon's
recommend it.
operational,
It's a great game.
no one will sail this section of the Pontar without Laredo's express permission.
I'll handle this. Go have a drink.
Haven't had this good a time in These drunkards protect people from the Scoia.
You know this one.
Peasants in uniforms.
Drunkards. Yorveth could take them single-handed.
Lucky he hasn't realized that.
You've always wanted to play Fable, kind of waiting for the remaster. It's not a remaster. It's a full it's a brand new game. So you've got the anniversary edition. That's kind of the closest you get.
Busy with that witch
But you
Sheila.
can 100%
Call
play
back
them on
later.
Steam. Yeah, it's a brand new game.
Let's wait downstairs in the yard.
What? Okay, Sammy, I'm interested. Why did you think it was a remaster? And I'm legitimately interested, because if you are thinking that for the reason that I think you are thinking that, it is exactly what I've been saying about nomenclature in video games. It's coming out, so it's actually a reboot of the franchise, is what it is. Oh, I have to talk to you? What's going on? I saw that muffin. I did see that. Oh, man. I have mixed feelings on that. Like, I want another Fable so bad that the fact that Molyneux's doing something else is kind of irking me.
Wonder what they want.
I think I thought it was a remaster because, one, everyone's doing remasters right now, and two, I see. Yeah, that's fair enough. So it's a reboot of the whole franchise, is what it is. It acknowledges the existence of the prior games, but it is a reboot to try and put Fable back on the map. The problem that it's going to have is that it's coming out, I think, the same week as God of War Lao Fei. Bad move. Bad move. It's totally going to get overshadowed by the release of Lao Fei. So this door is locked. Okay, so I guess we have to talk. Okay, so I guess we just talk to Roche.
Luckily, the Commandant's provided it all.
True. Come here, lass.
No, that's complete.
So long as he can afford
It's important to. It's important to highlight how a lot of people perceive these things, right? Because I'm very plugged into the industry, because I'm into games preservation. So I'm becoming very knowledgeable on what the industry is doing on a given day.
You know this one.
Most people aren't. And I think that my biggest problem with the Fable reboot is that it doesn't... It's named in a way that is going to overshadow the previous games. It's really going to be problematic in that way. Welcome in, Kirks. I hope you're having a good day, my friend. So, calling it Fable, and then there's another game called Fable, that's just unnecessarily confusing, frankly speaking. I think that there's a lot of people that are going to think this is the first game in the bloody franchise. Just straight up, I think there's going to be a lot of people that are just like, oh, this is a really cool franchise, this is amazing. And they're not going to dig into the history of Fable, which is where I come in. Why do I think that games preservation is an important conversation? Because in situations where there's two games called Fable, I'm the voice that tells you there's a game that came out in 2004. And that this game is a reboot of what that game started. I am educating people. And I know a lot of people are going to be like, oh, these people are stupid, and they should just know this, because it's games history, and I know games history, so they should know it. No, that's why you educate people. That's why you have conversations. Because there are things that other people just don't know. And it's okay to not know these things. What is a reboot? Okay, so what is a reboot?
That's true. You know this one.
Okay, so a remaster is taking the original game and the original code of the game and just throwing a fresh coat of paint on it, making it look better. That's a remaster. Same mechanics, same gameplay, looks better. Remaster. What is a remake? It is taking the original game, using the narrative, the story of that game, introducing new gameplay mechanics, introducing new presentation, and just using the same nameplate. Resident Evil 4 Remake, Resident Evil 4 OG. That conversation. Remake. Okay, what is a reboot? A reboot is an attempt by a developer to say, this shit never happened. All of this is just done. We are now starting from scratch. And this is our brand new universe that is using the Fable IP. But all this shit before, you don't need to, no. This is Fable now. We have rebooted Fable. We have created baseline again. That is what a reboot attempts to do.
Luckily, the Commandant's provided it all.
So Resynced or Black Flag is considered a remaster?
Your uncle's got a story for you.
No. Black Flag Resynced is a remake. Because it's new mechanics, it's new presentation, and they've added content. So Black Flag Resynced is a remake, not a remaster. If all they did... So Black Flag HD, that is a remaster. That is taking the game and just making it look better. Black Flag Resync is a remake. Because it's new gameplay loops. It is the same game in terms of the name, and it's a new engine as well. The actual fundamental structure of the game has been changed. Kroger, welcome in. I hope you're having a good day, my friend. And I did see Druid Warrior checking in. Welcome in, my friend. Okay, so Halo Campaign Evolved is a remake. Correct, it is a remake. It is a remake.
That's true.
No, so...
A new hand touches the beacon.
Thank you very much for the follow. We do like to keep follows anonymous, but if you would like a shout in the chat, please feel free to dive in to the conversation if you haven't been already. Some people haven't already. Thank you for the biddies. Thank you very much for the biddies. So, okay. Why is Halo Campaign Evolved a remake? It's a new engine. So what makes the game work is completely different from the original game. That's number one. It is a new presentation and new gameplay loops. So like the addition of sprint, the changing of the assault rifles ammo from 60 to 32 rounds, the different voice acting. You know, you've got different lines in the game, new content as well.
A new hand touches the beacon.
Thank you very much for the follow. And oh god, we just hit 790 follows, guys. Thank you so much for the love, my friends. Thank you so much for the love. Yes, happy time zone, Druid. Happy time zone. Well, I agree, Halo Campaign Evolved is a remake. It is only a new animation engine. Still mostly the Reach engine under. Absolutely. Absolutely. But it is a remake. It is a remake. So... new, like, essentially, this is the simplest way I can put this. Remaster is same game underneath, new graphics. Remake, new graphics, new gameplay, new content. Remake. Even if it's got some of the bones of the original game, remake. Reboot. Restarting the franchise from baseline. Both narratively and in terms of the games. Here, let me lower that volume, because I agree that can be a little bit... And we'll do a little bit more sound volume. There. No, I'm trying to give you guys a good... I'm trying to give you guys a good experience. So what Books forgot to mention is that it's only remake if it's decent. Otherwise, it's considered a yeah, well, that is a matter of preference, I would say. But there are people that say that. I would say a demake is actually taking a game like The Witcher 2 and doing it in something like PlayStation graphics.
Except a fireside feast.
But yeah, remake, take the old game, make it pretty, but keep it the old game. Remake, it's no longer the old game, and it's prettier. And reboot, the old games didn't happen, we're starting from scratch. Enjoy. That's the best way that I could put it. And all of it is revisionism. All of it fundamentally revises the original games and the original intent. So like a reboot wants you to forget about the original games. A remake wants to, it's an evolution of the original game, which fundamentally for a lot of people replaces it. So the new Fable is basically the same universe, completely different. Yes. Hopefully they acknowledge the original games within the content of the game, but yes, it is fundamentally just a brand new story, and the nomenclature of the title does not acknowledge the fact that it is a tower built on. They're following the footsteps of giants with that Fable game, and I think that the devs acknowledge that, but the game title and everything doesn't.
Yes?
Do we wait until the Honorable Lady is done with the Venerable Hick?
Waste of time. Looks like a good number of Flotsam's town watchmen are here. We should look around. Did you see that arbalist behind the house? I'll get his attention. Give him something to think about. Why don't you find out what they're guarding so closely?
My apologies, gentlemen. I could not help overhearing your conversation.
Oh, there we go.
What do you want?
In point of fact, it's a matter for the Witcher. I have an offer.
An offer? Interesting.
I suspect you did not come to Flotsam for pleasure alone.
You suspect right.
Do you know about the monster in the river?
Might have heard something.
I expect someone will hire you to deal with it sooner or later. Thus, I presume that...
Stop presuming, expecting, and concluding. Just tell me what you want.
Our honored host is in possession of
kind
part
of
of a trap, built especially for the beast in question.
Go on.
Around back, there's a storage area where Laredo keeps the treasures he confiscates from merchants and travelers. There are heaps of things out there.
Let me guess. You know exactly where I need to look.
Precisely. I saw Laredo's men carrying the contraption across the garden in a crate. They placed it on a platform by the wall, beyond which lies the craftsman's district.
Why are you telling me?
Why? We need to be rid of the beast as soon as possible. Good luck.
All right. I'll distract the guard. You sneak behind the house.
Brilliant as ever.
You've had your song. Care for some real diversion?
Soldier, report to me immediately.
What do you want?
Shut it, soldier.
There we go. But I do hope that the conversations we've been having...
In Flotsam, we cut the hands off thieves.
I was looking for the privy.
Whoops.
You're lucky the...
But yeah, I hope that conversation about remakes and
Come
remasters kind of made the point to you.
We caught the Witcher sneaking around the garden.
Bring him in and leave.
Yes, sir.
We were just discussing a certain matter. You here on business too?
The Commandant wanted to see me.
In that case, I shall leave you to it.
Finally.
They didn't want to.
Here, I don't want that to happen. I want to load the game. I need to succeed.
Nothing better than a
Soldier,
fireside
report to
feast.
me immediately.
Except a fireside feast with copious amounts of liquor.
Gonna need you to put an educate. I mean, I don't necessarily see myself that way. Ah!
Flotsam.
Damn it. Have you been? Hope all is well. This week has been a bit of a write-off. It's been a lot of early. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm in the trades for my day job. I'm a plumber, and it's been a lot of early morning starts for me lately, unfortunately. So I'm very, very tired lately. Let's get him. There we go. I've been very tired lately, and it's been very hard to balance everything. And then, all right. Let's wait for this. Save our game here. If you were too tired, you'd be...
In Flotsam.
Is that always
You're
the
lucky
case?
the Commandant wants to...
Commandant, sir. We caught...
Bring him in
No,
and leave.
I don't want that. Okay, so how do I get him? I wonder if... So I stun that guy. Do I have to be really quick? He always seems to turn around. Oh, okay. Good. Oh, okay. Okay, so he... Oh, sweet. Okay, so he doesn't... Perfect. Love it. Well, here's the thing, Druid. I love my job. I absolutely love my job. It's just, this is a season of some difficulty in it. The one thing that does frustrate me a little bit is that it interferes with this, because this is where my passion really is. I love making YouTube videos for you guys. I love streaming for you guys. I love sharing these experiences and trying my best to educate about games preservation through the context of the games that we are actively playing through the stream. I think it's super important, and not being able to do that has been a little bit frustrating, because I would like my personal time to be my personal time. It sucks when your day job kind of, what is the word I'm looking for, intervenes in that. Interesting. Okay, so if I hit this guy, that other guard might see me. We will have to see. All right. So I can probably whack him right here. Is he coming closer? Yes, he is. Good boy. Get him stunned. There we go. Ooh, let's pick some flowers while we're at it. I gotta say, I am definitely loving this bit of the game's mechanics. Very, very fun. Boom. So that's probably a locked door. How many guards are in this area? So that'll get me to jump over. Oh, some Korean oh, so good. Alright, we'll take the timbers. Might as well. I was so scared he was going to turn around there. Okay, so where do I need to go? So this is probably one coconut milk oolong in the fridge. Oh, that sounds so good. That sounds absolutely decadent. I haven't had a good, I love boba tea. I haven't had a good boba in a while. Okay, let's save our game. I don't want... interesting. Yes. Having that bit of boba, that's definitely... It takes some getting used to, for sure. But, yeah, it's tapioca is what it is. And I do like having some tapioca in mine. Not a ton. I like to do like half, but I do enjoy it. But I get where I remember the first. Okay, so my brother, my older brother, he has autism, and I gave him some boba once, because he was just trying to be like, me, and he was like, yeah, I'll have some, and he like took a really strong sip from the straw, and he just took like just a full straw boba, and it was just it's so bad. And I was like, oh, he's never gonna forget about this. I felt so bad. I was like, oh. What is this? Oh, wait. This might be where those illegal fights take place. Yep. I prefer black tea over bubble. So I like hot tea is probably my favorite. I'm not really like an iced tea kind of guy. Dragon? Don't really drink. Coffee is probably my favorite. A little bit, maybe. Coffee is my favorite. I really, really love coffee. Ooh. Can you say piece of candy? Yellow meteorite ore. Iron frame. Diagram of Witcher's robust silver sword. There is so much stuff here. This is awesome. Like, even herbs, there's tons. So let's try and grab as much stuff as we can, then we'll save our game. There we go. I don't think he's really... So, like, it's not... Oh, not good. Can I not... Oh.
Haven't had this good a time in ages. That's true.
You know this one. A little elf was skipping down the path. Pramble. Along came a dwarf and kicked him in the arse. Pramble. Oh, you are...
Oh, I haven't... I thought I would have found the fragment. Interesting. Yeah, it's nothing personal on K Solo's part. He's just, like, not that interested in it right now. He's got other... He gets, like, projects that he has in mind and stuff. So he just kind of tunnel visions on that. Okay, so I thought I did get the trap fragment. But it might actually be inside the... Classic Tism focus, I know it well. Yeah, and I try to encourage that in him, actually, because he likes to write stories and stuff. So if he would rather, you know, write a story or like write a book or something like that, then I'm definitely going to encourage that. I'm definitely going to encourage that in him, because I want him to... I want him to do things that are productive for himself. Okay, let's see here. So the trap fragment seems to be... like it would be in the house, maybe? No, that's a locked door. But it's saying it's right here. So maybe... Oh, that's right, because it showed... Yeah, okay. Yeah, I know what I'm doing. That would be hilarious, Dragon.
You forget who you're dealing with, Commandant.
You must think me an idiot.
I cannot help myself. You take guardsmen off the streets to guard carpets, fabrics, and spices pilfered from merchants. Do you have any grasp of the responsibility that rests with you?
Don't teach an old man to piss, sorceress. I've ruled Flotsam for years.
Flotsam is ruled by a fear of Yorveth. That fear rules even you.
I've made my demands perfectly clear.
Like a crying babe deprived of its rattle. In time, Commandant, they'll hang you by the neck from a roadside tree like a regular bandit. And rightly so, for you're no better.
Your time will come too, sorceress. They'll pile kindling at your feet.
Enough. Fear has confused you. Think over what I said and give your answer before it's too late.
Interesting. Alright. So now I know which way we need to go. Need to exit. Okay, yeah, and then we'll go talk to Roche. Okay, so we do have ads going right now. So in the interest of not going through too much story while people are away, I am going to take a break. Oh! Getting raided by Dre. Getting raided by the Dre Wolf. Alright, one moment. You did. You caught me mid-sentence. Okay, so we do have ads running right now for you did hear Red Dwarf Belair. You did. Raiders, welcome to the game library, where we discuss... Thank you very much for the follow. We do keep follows anonymous here, but if you guys would like to join us in the chat, we very much love to have you guys joining on the chat. So, as I was saying, Raiders, welcome to the game library, where we discuss video games history and preservation through the experience of the games live. Today we're playing The Witcher 2, and there is, of course, always a question of the day pinned to the top of chat, if you guys are so inclined. I see that Dre was playing some Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice, one of the most underrated FromSoft games ever. Like, people talk Dark Souls, they talk Dark Souls, they talk Bloodborne, but Sekiro is a game that I don't see brought up anywhere near as much. I hope that you're having a very, very good time with Sekiro. Is it your first playthrough, or have you been a fan for a while? Jet, welcome in. Yes, playing some Sekiro. Sekiro's parry mechanic it's tough. It is damn hard. But it is a very, very fulfilling experience for those who can For those who can withstand that, it is a very good game. Welcome in, Font. I hope that you are having an absolutely amazing day. So this is the third attempt at a first playthrough, the furthest you've ever been. So, like, do you just get fed up with it and you just quit? Or how's that work? How's that work? Welcome back from ads, everyone. We got raided by the lovely Dreywolf. Friends, if you don't mind, I invite you to head over to Dre's channel, check out some of the content, and if you vibe with Dre's stream, please hit that heart button. Follow Dre. It really makes a difference for us small streamers. First time you got fed up, second time Kingdom Come Deliverance. That is how good games get forgotten. That is absolutely how good games get forgotten, is something else comes out that is absolutely fantastic. We all love Henry. We all love Henry. All right, well, seeing as how ads have ended, because we were chatting it up with Dre in the crowd, let's get back to The Witcher 2. We do have some story that we're going to be diving into. Raiders, if you do have to raid and run, please, guys, get your food, your water, your sleep, everything that you need. It is very important. Your self-care is very important to me, so make sure that you are getting it. You will like it. I very much appreciate that, Belair. I very much appreciate that. Ishin is such a sick boss fight. Yeah. I have a feeling that Jet has enough point. We have a redeem in this community where you guys can get me to try out a game. So you can spend some channel points and I will try out a game at your behest. And I think I have some FromSoft games in my future because of Jet. just a supposition. It is dangerous. It is dangerous, but again, the point of my channel, the point of my content is to experience games that aren't necessarily within my comfort zone, because I want to share video games with people. I want games preservation to be a conversation that a lot more people have. I want to get people thinking in terms of their history a lot more, the history that you contribute to with your eyes, with your consumption. It's very important. A lot of people do not consider that. A lot of people just go like, this game's good, this game is bad, and the games that are bad, I don't care if they're gone. But those bad games, they might be someone's favorite game. They are a part of a history that is very, very important and needs preservation. So I try to do my part to advocate for that. I do my part to speak to people who I don't know and have conversations to try and change the way that we view these things. Because that is what my history professors did for me when I was learning about history throughout my life. I had a lot of misconceptions. I was a medievalist, and I had a lot of misconceptions about that part of history that I was then educated on, and it literally changed my life. It changed the way my brain worked. And I'm trying to do that for the realm of video games, an area that I'm very, very passionate about. What? Okay, yeah, no, I don't consider that. So obviously, channel rules, no politics, no religion. I just, that's not going to be a productive conversation 9 out of 10 times. But when it comes to video games going digital, I don't consider that political, personally. I think that a lot of what games preservation is trying to do is digitize physical media. I think that's actually a part of the mission. Oh, no, I know. I just wanted to. So when it comes to games preservation, so much of what we are doing is we are taking our physical media and we're digitizing it so that it will last, that it will stand the test of time. But that is not the whole conversation. And what I tell people about the whole physical media situation is physical media is not in and of itself a preservative form of media. It just gives you potential. So the more copies of this exist, the more potential it is that it will be preserved. There's just increased potential that this is going to stand the test of time, because I can just find more copies and I can just preserve more copies. But the goal is digital. The goal is digitization, so that we can then hopefully, once we deal with like licensing issues and stuff like that, do what GOG is doing and distribute to more people, for example. But that's not the whole conversation. So the conversation with Sony and with a lot of these companies that are making... So, okay, you've never owned your video games, right? I own the copy. So this cart, I own this. The plastic here, I purchased this. A copy of the game is on this plastic. That intellectual property is owned by the rights holder. So I own the plastic, but I don't own the game inside. Legally speaking, this has never been the effective reality, but legally speaking, Nintendo could have asked that I return this. And if I distribute what is on this game cart, I am effectively engaging in piracy, which is illegal. So the problem that games preservation is having right now is, in order to preserve and evangelize these games, I have to rip the game off of physical media, and then I have to find some way to give a... I have to rip the game off this physical media, and then I have to find a way to authentically emulate it, and then I, hopefully, will be able to distribute it to people. The reason GOG is able to do that is because they've purchased the rights. So they found a way to get rights to distribute these games, and then they're able to preserve them. So the conversation within games preservation is, in the future, and I hope that my conversations promote this, is that what we are trying to do is we're trying to have a conversation about, like, Stop Killing Games, for example, is talking about a sunset for a video game. So it's like, if this game is going to end, can you give me an effective working version? Can you, I don't know, like, relinquish part of the license so that I can then distribute this game myself? It gets very sticky very, very fast in terms of legal terms, but the conversation with Sony and digital media and everything, it's not a question of whether or not the game is physical or digital. That's not the question. The question is the game being thoughtfully preserved? Is the game being treated like it is something that is going to be preserved 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 100 years from now? And with Sony, with Microsoft, with Nintendo, largely, that has not been the case. Largely, these media have been treated as something that is disposable. And that's where you get a lot of people like, well, if it's disposable, I'm just going to pirate it, you know? And I understand that part of the conversation, but I think that if you want people to stop pirating, you need to provide something better. So like what GOG is doing, it's better. Because GOG takes a lot, they debug the games. They make the games run better. And they're still cheap as, like, I pay $5 for most of my retro games on GOG. It's better than piracy. Because I pay $5, I have a DRM-free version of the game, I have an offline launcher, and I get a bug-fixed game that will run on modern hardware and is distributed by a company that will keep it running on modern hardware. The goal is to do something better. It's to do something better. What about different versions of the same game? Same game, same engine, and all, but sometimes there are differences between editions, like SEA Japan and the rest of the world. Which version do you need to preserve? One of them. It's a deep topic. I know. No, that is completely legitimate. I think that this is where, like, I think that each nation needs to advocate for their history with video games. So, like, I, as a North American, yes, I could preserve Hell Knight Dark Messiah. I could preserve that game, right? But what I would encourage is that game preservation in Japan, because we're also, like, it's not just international copyright law that we're dealing with. We're dealing with domestic copyright law. And Eternal, welcome in, my friend. I hope you're having a good day. So you're talking about domestic copyright law as well. So there's a lot of there's a lot of scintillating detail here. There's a lot of nuance that goes into this. So I think that ultimately, what we need to do is we need to talk to... I need to advocate for games preservation domestically. I need to advocate to the international community and say games preservation is important, right? So I'm perfectly okay with a Japanese person coming into chat, or a European, or, you know, even people from, like, yeah, just all over the world, right? I am perfectly okay with them contributing to the conversation here. But ultimately, I am concerned with North American games preservation. If I concerned myself with Japanese game preservation, like, yes, I could do that, but am I an effective voice? Because there is a cultural aspect to these video games, right? There is a am I, as a North American, going to be able to speak, as a Canadian, am I going to be able to speak effectively to the Japanese video game culture? And the fact of the matter is, no, I'm not. As much as I would try to educate myself, I'm not in it. So it gets difficult. So have the conversations. Get people talking about this stuff. I was talking to one of my good game preservation friends, and he was saying that the goal is not for you to independently move the needle. The goal is for you to play these games, advocate for these games, advocate for these experiences, and have a conversation. If you do all of this, it will affect the way people see these things, and it will incline people to become activists for these media, for these things, which is really, really important as well. So that is what I am trying to do with the stream. That is what I'm trying to do with my YouTube content. I'm trying to have the hard conversations about these games. And also, if you're a game dev in the chat, your game is important. You made a piece of history. Like, you made something that affects people, and it is significant. And, like, we're now in this international place where, like, people developing games in Poland can give us, in North America, an experience. Or people in Japan can give us in North America an experience. You know, like, it's absolutely amazing what these game developers are doing. But as a game developer, fight for preservation. Fight to make your game preservable. Do things with your video games that make them preservable. It's very, very important. It's very, very important. Yeah, I've got to watch some of Jet's content. Yeah, because Jet is absolutely amazing in Souls games. Absolutely amazing. About the question of the day, games have a bigger cultural impact than most people realize. There are few things that can bring people from different backgrounds, lifestyles, continents together like games can. And also, in many subtle ways, games impact the world around. They absolutely do. They change your worldview. I just played The Witcher 1. It literally changed my life. It changed the way I think about video games. The atmosphere in that game is literally just insanely good. But, speaking of The Witcher, again, like I said, raiders, if you have to raid and run, please, my friends, take care of yourselves. It's very important to me that my community takes care of themselves. It means a lot to me that you guys do your best to like get your 3 square meals a day, hydrate enough, and get your sleep. It's very important. But we will dive back into the game. No. The stream's not over. We're doing a 6-hour stream today, Ren. So you are here in plenty of time. We've just been chatting a lot this stream. I've been experimenting with a lot more chatting in the streams.
Oh, you arse fat, dirty, rotten scum! Plow more! Do that again, and I'll fuck your mum!
All right.
Plow!
Didn't like him from the start.
Laredo's storing valuable gifts from the merchants right here. He may be expecting Yorvith to attack.
Yeah, that's all good, Ren. I recommend watching Artur Gensizniak on YouTube. He was a lead story designer on The Witcher 1, and I think you sent me a video of that. I was watching it a little bit. I didn't have time to do the whole thing, but I've started interacting with it a little bit. I can hear it when I read.
I overheard the Commandant talking to Sheila. I couldn't pinpoint the topic of their conversation, but it seems to me he's angling for something.
We'll see what he has to say.
You've had your song.
All right.
Prepare for some real
See
diversion.
Bernard Laredo. Actually, the walk. Okay. No, this is a gripe that I have in so many games, and The Witcher 2 has done this so well. When you're following someone, you almost always move either way too slow or way too fucking fast. Always. This game is one of the first games that I have played where when I walk behind the person I am following, it is the exact right speed. It is so good. So good.
This good a time in ages.
Go in. They await you.
Where are we to go? I'd hardly call this a hut.
You, sir, cannot enter. We've been ordered to let in the Witcher, but no one else.
Son of a bitch. Fine. He wants to play hard, we'll play hard.
I don't want any trouble. I'll call for support.
No need. Tell Laredo I got the message.
See you, Roach.
Oh, okay, that was... Okay. That detail there, Geralt's actually turning to say see you, Roach. That, like... I don't think people understand how much of a detail that is in a video game. That is something that a lot of people just don't add. CD Projekt Red has done... This is such a good game. This is such a good game.
Here to see the Commandant.
We have business to discuss.
Good luck. He's in a foul mood.
Why?
We'll talk another time, and definitely elsewhere.
Generally, I don't mind if NPCs are faster. Faster or slower than the player, but I hate it in some games like Red Dead Redemption 1, when if you go too far away from the NPC, the conversation might abruptly cut and not resume. I hate it because the dialogue in Red Dead Redemption 1 is so damn good. I think that fundamentally it's a pacing issue. That's like, and I mean that literally. It is an absolute pacing issue because if I'm following someone, my speed is kind of the point. There's dialogue there most of the time. There's stuff going on that, like, clearly I have to be walking at that speed to interact with.
Finally.
They didn't want to let me in. while the sorceress was here.
Did you see her? Made up like a whore on parade day. They think they can do anything, those sorceresses. I heard what happened in Temeria. You know your name's on a warrant. It's unfortunate, though nothing that should impede our dealings. See, I'm the law round here, and the law needs to know what the legendary White Wolf's doing in this cesspit.
Now the question for me is, would Geralt tell him that he is looking for the Kingslayer? I kind of feel like he's got nothing to lose, right? Because there is a warrant out for his arrest. So all that Laredo could do is help. There's really no situation here where I think I actually pay for telling him that.
I'm looking for the man responsible for Foltest's death.
Here?
I know the Scoia'tael had a hand in it too. It's their trail I followed to Flotsam.
Lucky you found Bernard Laredo then. If you're telling the truth, Yorveth's got raw blood on his hands. I can help you find him.
What about Vernon Roach? Why didn't you let him in?
Roach? Know the aura that surrounds him? Men like him act first and think later. And when they act, almost inevitably innocent blood flows. I trust you're on our side.
Whose side is that?
That of the people of Flotsam, of course. Terrorized by the elven bandits for years now.
What would Geralt say here? Because we know Laredo is a bandit. We know that he's stealing from people. So Geralt would be neutral, I would say. Actually, it's dice poker. It is dice poker. Thank you very much. I don't think I would say you only have yourselves to blame. And he doesn't know that I know that he's a bandit. It's circumstantial. What have bandits done? Exactly done to deserve capital punishment.
A local conflict. None of my business.
You killed some elves on the riverbank outside Flotsam.
We were attacked.
You failed to understand.
It's you who doesn't understand, Laredo. To tell you the truth, I'm not human.
You an elf? A dwarf? No, talking bollocks. I piss on the fact that they call you freak for your white hair and glowing eyes. You're a human like any other. We're fighting a war. And you, my friend, cannot straddle the fence.
What about the elves and dwarves in the trading post? The smiths, peddlers, and hunters? They eat with you, sleep among you. Whose side are they on?
Hell if I know. That's my point, Witcher. When you fight for survival, you need to be sure who your friends are. The non-humans in Flotsam, sure, they eat, fuck, shit among us. But when Yorveth sounds the battle horns, who knows what they'll do.
This dialogue is so good. Oh my god, this is fantastic. Every single time dialogue comes up, I think so hard on what to say. I'm not just choosing the right path. I'm actually thinking about it deeply. This is so good. Oh, like, I'm actually listening. Guys, you don't understand. I'm actually listening to what they're saying because it's important in what I respond to. That is such a... Oh, that's such good writing. God, this is incredible. I want to say they chose Flotsam, but then I also want to say treat them better and they'll show you loyalty. I was literally writing this as you start. Yeah. Oh, you know the writing is good when you're thinking, yeah.
I'm surprised they haven't turned on you already.
How so?
The town guards treat non-humans like shit. Frankly, I don't know what keeps them here.
I'll tell you what, Geralt. The hunger they'd face in the forest. But I grant you, those acts of insubordination need to be stopped. Soldiers are simple men. When you see your mate die, a scoia'tael arrow in his throat, it's hard to look favourably at the elf who sells your wife coloured kerchiefs. You're a witcher. Your job is to protect the simpletons from monsters. I protect them from the danger that lurks amongst the trees.
Untrue, you're just a racist.
I see where this is going.
Yorvith's no better than a monster that attacks those who go out to gather kindling. Matter of fact, he's worse. He's smarter and crueler.
How do we get him?
I don't want you to kill him. Even you don't have a hope against his entire force. I've an idea, but I'd rather not go into it now. The squirrels are up to something. Every night their scouts come closer. I suspect they plan to attack the barge moored in the port.
What's on the barge?
You mean who? Bandits, murderers, rapists. On their way to the dungeons at Drakenborg. As soon as...
Their infamous leader joins them. The cherry on the cake, and Bernard Laredo's crown trophy.
Couldn't have put it better myself. As long as Yorveth remains free, humans, elves, and dwarfs will live alongside each other in deep distrust. I've got to learn what the pointy-eared rat is planning.
How am I supposed to get that information?
You underestimate me, Witcher. True, I have my prejudices, but I'm not blinded by them. Take your friend Zoltan, for instance. He contacted Yorveth.
How can Zoltan help if he can't go outside the walls?
Step by step, Geralt. That's how you build trust. You could start by tending to a problem we have. A beast. The Kairin has blocked all boat traffic. I'm losing tolls. That is, the trading post is losing revenue. Kill the Kairin and I'll declare your friends acquitted of their crimes. Then Zoltan can take you to see Yorveth.
Interesting. So this would be... I feel like saying I'll see what I can do. Instead of just going no deal. Because I don't want to do either of these. And I don't want to do this. So this is kind of the only option that I'm inclined to go with.
I'll talk to Zoltan.
I trust you'll make the right decision. Farewell.
All right. Saving the game. Okay, so that's pretty much... All right. The fact that I can just take everything in this game is actually insane to me. All right. Can't go up there.
Off you go.
All right, let's talk to Vernon.
No
yeah,
passage.
someone blocking the way there. Out we go. All right, Roche.
Except a fireside feast with copious amounts of liquor.
Oh, he's not here anymore.
Add plough into the mix and it doesn't get any better.
Luckily, the
To the
commandant
tune of
provided
breaking
it
the law,
all.
saving the game,
True.
saving the game.
Come here, lass. Your uncle's got a story for you.
Time for a remix.
Don't forget your blade.
Oh, you're right. Okay, let's... crap. I think it was autosave. Is that... I might have just screwed myself there. Yeah, okay. And that is why we save our games, folks. Because sometimes books is a silly boy. Alright, here we go.
Haven't had this good a time in ages.
Okay, so we have the ballista right there.
A little for skipping down the path. Pramble, pramble.
Don't you traipse around here.
Kick him in the arse. Pramble, pramble.
Don't you traipse around here.
Rotten scum. Pramble, pramble.
So, what would we do here? What do we got? The ballista. While visiting the Commandant, Geralt had a chance to admire Laredo's newest acquisition. It was neither a swift steed nor a new piece for the local runner's art collection. It was a brand new ballista, aimed straight at the harbor. As you can see, midlife crisis can assume many different forms. Six, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day, my friend. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Okay. So how do I get rid
You've
of
had your
that?
song. Care for some real diversion?
That one struts about as if he were the king himself. Haven't had this good a time in ages.
That's true.
You know this one. A little lad was skipping down the path. Pramble, pramble. Along came a dwarf and kicked him in the arse. Pramble, pramble. Oh, you arse-fuck, dirty rotten scum. Pramble, pramble.
All right.
Do that again, and I'll fuck you, mum.
It goes well, Cure 6. It goes well. This week has been a little bit tough in terms of like the sleep schedule and everything, but sure, I'll take a hint, Dragon. It's been a little bit crazy for me this week, but I'm going to a job site that's a little bit more stable in terms of hours, or rather, it's not super late. So I was working 6 a.m. to 3 p.m. I was working a 9-hour day. And I had to be up at 4 in the morning most days. So managing the stream with that was tough. It was really, really tough. So I was really tired a lot of the time.
Except a fireside feast with copious amounts of liquor.
What do you need, ugly?
I wanted to surprise my friend, the sad-looking guy by the ballista.
Some idiot wanted me to read him poems recently. Extravagance, as I say it. I didn't like it.
I was thinking of something a little more traditional.
What would you have me do?
Just go with your specialty.
All right, it'll be my standard rate.
Draw him away from the ballista while you're at it.
Slap me hard and call me stupid. Trying to put one by me? That'll cost you more.
How's that?
Surcharge on special requests. Those are the rules.
Let me think it over.
Sorry, the dog was... Sorry I wasn't here for a long time, but wanted to focus on... That's all good. That's all... I don't begrudge it, Cure 6. But I am glad when you guys choose to spend your time here. Any other way I could convince you?
A favor for a favor?
There is one thing you could do for me.
And that is?
Myron and Alphonse, 2 of Laredo's thugs. Give him a good thrashing, and I'll even blow...
I stirred up enough trouble as it is during the execution.
No need to stir trouble. Just humiliate them some ways.
Consider it done. Myron and Alphonse.
Teach them a lesson yet?
Not just yet.
Luckily, the commandant...
Myron and Alphonse.
Come here, lass. You're
What you want, old man?
I was looking to test my strength. Arm wrestling.
What do I stand to gain?
Nothing, because I'll thrash you.
And if I win?
You'll have beat a Witcher, so I guess that gets you bragging rights.
Are you that Geralt fella? The Grey Wolf?
The Grey Wolf.
Let's begin.
So long as he can afford to tell it.
All right, let's
I'll not lend an
do
ear
this.
For less than 10 orens.
Oh, come on. Easy, easy. Come on. Yeah!
Fireside feast.
Damn the dogs! The old man got me. I need to eat. Build up a bit.
Add plough into the mix and it
All
doesn't
right,
get any better.
then
Luckily, the
Myron.
Commandant's provided it all.
True.
I don't like freaks.
And I don't like oafish no-necks.
What do you want, mutant?
To try my luck. Arm wrestling.
I'm gonna crush you, mutant.
Save the boasting till later. Let's do this.
So long as he can afford
Grey
to
Wolf?
tell
No,
it.
no, no, no. Grey
I'll not
Wolf.
lend an
Grey
ear
Wolf.
for less than 10 orans.
I'm getting good at this. Oh, come on, come on. There we go.
Nothing
I always get really stressed at the end. I always get really stressed at the end.
I know, I know.
Alright, I think that did it.
Hmm?
Myron and Alphonse.
Teach them a lesson yet?
Of course.
All right. I'm off to give the boys some diversion.
Oh, Cure 6, buy the books.
into the mix and it doesn't
Buy
get any
the
better.
books.
Luckily, the Commandant's
Absolutely
provided it all.
fantastic.
True. Come here, lass. Your uncle's got a story for you.
So long as he can afford to tell it. I'll not lend an ear for less
Care
than
for a little
10
diversion,
orans.
brave one?
I'm on duty.
Oh, come on. Your comrades are well at it having their fun. Why should you be any worse?
You're right. Let's go.
Okay, we have a new quest phase. Quest completed. There we go.
Tits like that, you could conquer ultimate.
Twist his rubber arm. Ooh.
Don't forget your blade.
Is that what the ladies call it these days? Okay, let's save the game. There we go. Okay, now. Sorry, 1 second, guys. Just need to... Oh, excellent! I just got a text from my family. They have power. So my family has been without power or water, because they're on a well, for... it was since Wednesday, so yeah, like 3 days. And that's why I had to cancel the stream yesterday, because they wanted to come over and like shower and stuff. So my mom wasn't able to go because she had to watch a dog. But they just got power back today, so I was gonna have her come over today just to, you know, have some air conditioning and shower and everything, but they just got power back, so they'll be able to do it there. Yeah, they had a really bad storm blow through that didn't happen here. So I was blissfully unaware until we had a conversation about it. Let's see. Okay, so we're back up to quite a bit of gold. Let's save our game. And now it's time to go after the Karen, I guess. Now, we do have a trap blueprint for the Karen. So let's go talk to Cedric. Let's go have a conversation with Cedric. Because I think we might still have something we need to buy from him. It's been that kind of a season for us here in Canada. Well, I'm in Manitoba. It's been very much that kind of season for us as well. The amount of vigor needed to block blows, tough guy, damage reduction. Unlocks the ability to counter opponent's blows, the chance to instant kill by counter attack, 10%. That'd be really good. Geralt no longer takes 200 damage. Sword damage plus 5. Whirl unlocks the ability to deal damage to many opponents. Additional opponents take 50% damage. Interesting. So I'm going to go into guard. Because I'm going to do like this. I want to say. That roundabout path. That is true. Well, and it's the same thing in Canada, Cure 6. We do not have our infrastructure built for that. That is not something that we are acculturated for. Whereas when I lived in Oklahoma, you had tornado shelters. It was like built into the foundation of a lot of homes. Most garage slabs had a tornado shelter just built into it. So it was like, you know, you could just go to the shelter if it really got bad. Alright, let's try and find Cedric. That is true. Yeah, lots of concrete, lots of stone, lots of masonry. There he is. He's up on the battlement. Let's go find him. I think we bought a blueprint for the K-Rin trap. But that doesn't mean I'm able to build it right away. So let's do the K-Rin trap. Superb leather trousers, crawler. K-Rin carapace. Alright, well, we're definitely doing the K-Rin trap. What do we need? Silver ore. Where the hell do I find silver ore? Well, and that's an issue that we're not necessarily having in Canada, because even though our buildings are similar to kind of Northern Europe, we have a lot of air conditioning in a lot of our buildings. So we don't, like, yes, it's been really hot, but at least I have somewhere to escape that heat, kind of thing. Yeah, I don't know where to find the silver ore. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to see if the vendor has any. We have a couple of vendors in the city. I would say that, Cure 6, I would say that's most of Europe. Most of Europe doesn't have air conditioning. They just never saw the need prior to this, but now the heat waves are getting so bad that I think that there's going to have to be a pretty major infrastructure change. Because the heat's getting really bad. So we'll meditate until the afternoon.
So how's it going, dear?
All right. What do you have for me? Contains information about the Summer Shrine, which enhances the Kenshine. We don't have it in the UK either. We've never needed it. We've been a temperature climate. Doesn't seem to have extremes until... yeah, exactly. Exactly. We'll have to check with the other guy.
Youngster screaming in daytime, the old man.
Yeah, I don't see any with any of the other traders.
Everything in order?
Welcome to my modest.
What do you deal in?
All kinds of for meditation.
I don't think he's going to have any either, though. Let's see. Yeah, he doesn't have any. None! None. Is there anyone else I can visit? Okay, so there is a guy at the dock. So let's see if we can have a conversation with him. Yeah, right there. So let's have
We met in
words.
Vizima, remember? I stood at the gate.
People! The mutant's pursuing me!
All right, calm down. Oh, okay. Let's see. So he's got runes and weapons and stuff, but no ore. God damn it! I need the ore. Yep, nothing.
You might want to
No
store
silver ore.
I don't stir. I work for material.
Find a sample of the Kayrin's mucus in its lair. Lost, welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. Lost, it is so good to see you. It is so good to see you. Raiders, welcome to the game library. My name is Martin. I am a variety streamer that has a love of history and video games, which has made me a staunch advocate for games preservation. So in my channel, we play a lot of games from the perspective of games preservation through the experience of games. I'm doing a lot of first-time playthroughs. The Witcher, I'm playing through right now for the first time, and I'm hoping that through the conversation, through the experience of the game, and the growing passion for the game, that we can talk more about our history as video games enthusiasts, and we can enjoy these games together. So Lost, I see you are currently still playing some Mass Effect, one of my favorite franchises, one of my favorite series of games. And I hope that you're enjoying it. I'm pretty sure you're on Mass Effect 3 at this point. I'm not actually sure where you're at. I'm normally lurking, because you're normally streaming when I'm working, unless it's the weekend, of course. But you're normally streaming while I'm doing my plumbing work during the day job.
A new hand touches the beacon.
Thank you very much for the follow. We do keep follows anonymous on the channel now, but if you are wanting to, hop into the chat, I invite you to do so. We love having these conversations about the themes that we talk to. History, games preservation, and of course just passion for the games and everything. It's Mass Effect 3 is correct indeed. How are you liking it? How are you enjoying the games? I'm a huge lover of BioWare, at least early BioWare. Knights of the Old Republic, Mass Effect franchise, Dragon Age Origins specifically, but I love me some Mass Effect games. And I'm playing Baldur's Gate is a franchise that I'm playing through as well. So we're playing through 1 right now. We're going to be playing through 2. These are first playthroughs for me. And early Baldur's Gate was actually BioWare, which I didn't know, but it stands to reason because I am also coming to love those games quite a bit. I like it, although it's kicking my ass sometimes, and it's the Reapers are definitely scary. Just especially once you're in Mass Effect 3, you're interacting with a lot of the body horror that the Reapers are capable of. So you fought husks and everything in the early games as well, but in Mass Effect 3, you're actively seeing every race in the galaxy getting contorted to the Reaper's purpose. And that is, yeah, you had to run away from the Reapers today? Yep. Whereabouts in the game are you? How deep into the game have you gotten? Because I don't want to spoil the game. Like I said, it is an absolutely immaculate experience, great RPGs, and I don't want to take any of that away from you. So please, don't let me spoil you. Do not let me spoil you. Exit, welcome in. Your name literally infers running away. Make for the exit. Unless it's the Reapers, in which case true gamers always run. They are so. I really liked Mass Effect 3. I liked the theme of bringing everyone together. I love the theme of bringing all of these dissimilar races in the galaxy and bringing them together to fight a common foe. That is something that, like, Mass Effect masterfully managed the we are more alike than we are different. Let us come together as... Well, let us come together and let us deal with this. She killed Legion. Oh. I do love Legion, but Legion sacrificed themselves. Legion made a sacrifice. Have I watched Babylon a long time ago? A long time ago. Right now, Mrs. Books has me watching a new show called, well, it's not a new show, but it's called Farscape. It's got one of the actresses from one of my favorite shows, actually two of the actor and actress from one of my favorite shows, Stargate SG-1. I absolutely love the Stargate series. Stargate Atlantis is probably one of my favorites. Jason Momoa before he was cool, as I like to say. But because I enjoyed Stargate, Mrs. Books was like, you have to watch Farscape with me. You have to watch the show. And it is definitely I would say it's kind of it's sci-fi that you order off of Wish. This is the way that I would describe it. But absolutely fun experience. Babylon 5 is one that I need to get back into. I definitely need to get back into this experience. So, Lost, I hate to do this, but we have nearly been streaming for 6 hours. Farscape is good. Babylon 5 is... I will have to give it a try. I hate to do this. I've been streaming for 6 hours. We are reaching the time where I will be ending stream. So, I will not make your raid for naught. I will find an absolutely fantastic place for your peeps to hang out. But unfortunately, we do have ads knocking on the door, so I do have to find a place for us all to hang out for a little while yet. So let's see what we can do here. All right, who is on right now? Who's on right now? You're on the hand... Oh, you're on the hand of the king. Okay, Jodre, no chatting. Just play your damn games. Okay, so... I think we raided Hadrian last. And I've been raiding Ilfinity a lot. Oh, Squish just started. Squish just started. Tara, thank you so much for coming in with Lost's raid. It's much appreciated, my friend. I hope that you have a great rest of your day. And Lost, I'm about to lose you to another community. So Lost, thank you so much for trusting me with your community. Thank you so much for raiding in. It is much appreciated. But my friends, please stick around for the raid. I'm going to take you on a raid to my good friend, my fellow Canadian, Squishy-ish, and she's playing some Hades 2 today. It's her first playthrough of Hades 2, and she's an absolutely fantastic time. Please stick around for the raid. It does my heart good to see a lot of my raid messages coming through in the chat when I raid into these communities that I love so much. So, the raid has begun. There's a link to the Beacons page. If you have enjoyed the stream at all, please click that link, head over to any of my socials, drop a follow, join the Discord, carry on the conversation that we've been having during the stream today. We do a lot of hanging out in the Discord as well, so that is another place where you get to hang out with me as well. First message is for those of you who have subscribed and have access to all the community emotes. Second message is for those of you who have been lurkaturkis and have followed and just want to join in on the raid fun. My friends, I say this as ever, it has been the pleasure of a lifetime getting to stream to you all this evening. I will be back again on Monday doing another collab stream. I'm going to be back with Harold the Hatter and Eternal Arcade, and we're going to be playing some Halo 3 ODS. Bogu!
Fire and war.
Bogu! We were just ending, Bogu. We were just ending. Bogu, thank you so much for bringing the community over. Playing some Baldur's Gate 2. Fantastic. Yeah, I've been at it for 6 hours, Bogu, so we're looking to end 3 more hours, man. Unfortunately, I can't. I simply can't. I do have some calls after stream today, so I have to make sure that I'm getting out on time, kind of thing. So, Raiders, welcome to the game library. My name is Martin. I'm a variety streamer. I love history and video games, which has made me a staunch advocate for games preservation. If that is something that you like, you are definitely going to be at home here. I play a lot of older games, but I also am having a lot of first-time experiences with some more modern titles. I'm playing The Witcher right now, and it's a first-time playthrough of the franchise. But I am going to be taking you guys out on a raid to my good friend Squishy-ish. She is playing Hades 2 for the first time, and she's getting quite good at it. So, if you'd like to hang out for the raid, please, my friends, copy that raid message, tune in with me. It does my heart good to see you all hopping in on the raid and all those raid messages in the chat. As I was saying, it has been the pleasure of a lifetime getting to stream with you all today. I will be back again on Monday with Harold and Eternal, and we're going to be playing some Halo 3 ODST, because Harold has never played Halo 3 ODST. I thought you started a run, didn't know how, yeah. No, we've been up for 6 hours, unfortunately. I would love to stream more, but I simply can't today. It's just not in the cards. But much love, everyone. Be well, and I will see you on the next one.
Me. I'm obsessed. Oh my god, that timing.